So just a quick announcement. We are going to start, the live stream will work on YouTube, but not on Spectrum, so we can go with just the YouTube. So I will call the San Gabriel regular City Council meeting to order at 6:44 p.m. Tuesday, July 18th, 2023. Pledge of Allegiance tonight will be led by Councilmember Ding.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Harrington,
Here.
Vice Mayor Wood,
Here.
Councilmember Chan,
Here.
Councilmember Ding,
Here.
Councilmember Menchaca.
Here.
Thank you. Now we'll have some announcements from the Chief City Clerk.
Tonight's meeting is live streamed on the city's online platforms. If you wish to address the City Council during tonight's meeting, we request that you please complete a speaker's card and hand it to the clerk. When speaking, please state your name for the record. If you wish to receive City Council agendas, please sign up on the city's website.
Thank you. Next, we'll have the approval of the agenda order. Tonight, we're having a donation of the art to the fire department. That'll take place 7:30-ish. Is there a motion to approve the agenda order as amended?
I'll move.
I'll second.
Thank you. Motioned by Councilmember Menchaca, seconded by Councilmember Chan. Please vote.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Presentations. Air Quality Update, South Coast Air Quality Management District. Michael Cacciati, South Coast AQMD Vice Chair, will make the presentation.
Good evening.
Now it's on. Thanks. I'm your representative on arguably the largest air pollution district in the nation, and I'm one of 13 board members. I represent you in the 34 cities from Santa Clarita, Burbank, Glendale, all the way to Claremont. There's 2 million people in those 34 cities. So this is the South Coast AQMD for the residents, neighbors, students that don't really know. It was formed in the 70s to meet federal clean air standards. There was a Federal Clean Air Act, and the EPA was formed early 70s, and they set national standards. AQMD right away was one of the worst in the nation. So those are elected officials in the San Bernardino County demanding by petitions that we clean up the air. So 17 million people, 4 counties, LA, Orange, San Bernardino, Riverside. We permit many sources, which I'll describe in a moment. And at the bottom, 1/3 of all US containerized cargo traffic, almost 40%, comes through our basin. So on the left, that first category, first column, AQMD has jurisdiction only over stationary sources: paint, solvents, auto body shops, spray paint booth, gas stations, power plants, oil refineries, wastewater facilities. On the right, and it's 20% of the pollution in our basin. On the right, the big sources we don't. State, California Air Resources Board, and federal EPA does. Anything that moves, ocean-going vessels, airplanes, trains, 2 types, the freight and the passenger. Let me ask you a question, see if anybody knows, because I didn't, my staff didn't. How many Metrolink, Amtrak, passenger trains go through our basin and very close to our cities right here every single day in the San Gabriel Valley? I had no idea, but I checked. How many do you think? 50, 100? 100? How many? Over 225. Just passenger trains, and unfortunately, they're all diesel. We gave Metrolink about $100 million over the last 6 or 8 years, so they upgraded a lot of the diesel to about 30 or 40 of them, and they run on renewable gas, but majority are not clean. Trucks are dirty, one of the dirtiest. Off-road construction equipment, even large lawnmowers, small lawnmowers used at home, and cars. This is why we're passionate about it, because on the left, here's what pollution does. It causes, as you know, ozone. So when you get emissions from your cars, from your trucks, from lawn equipment, that's nitric oxide. And it mixes with chemicals, could be paint, solvents, VOCs, And when sunlight hits it, it bakes it in and causes ozone, which is happening now mainly in the summer months, over 85 degrees. On the right, this stuff's even worse. That gray stick is your human hair. That's how small it is compared to a grain of sand. That blue globe right there is particulate matter 10. When all of us walked in here, and I do this to the high schools when I go, you kicked up PM10 dust. But your body can fight that off. It goes in and it doesn't go in your circulatory system. Go up a little higher, that red globe and the blue globe, that's particulate matter 10 from metals from your brakes, emissions, even a little higher, particulate matter ultrafines, those are even smaller. So these go in and they go through your blood-brain barrier and lodge in your organs. So there's serious issues with this, not only respiratory, but cardiovascular, as you're going to see. This is your human body, your family, your residents. All this pollution goes in, and we knew forever it was respiratory issues, asthma, COPD, other respiratory ailments. But now we know it goes throughout your circulatory system, your blood carries it everywhere, and a lot of times it lodges in your brain. And we've done studies at Cedars-Sinai. We were actually the first to do studies where they put rats near a freeway, and they brought them back and dissected them. They found that the ones closest to the freeway, certain genes were exposed, the same genes that cause Alzheimer's in humans. So for the first time this year, they got 24 volunteers in University of British Columbia. They exposed 24 volunteers in a room to the same thing you breathe near a freeway for a couple hours. Took an MRI before, MRI after with the brain waves, found cognitive dysfunction and memory loss. 2 or 3 days later, it came back to normal. But long-term exposure, serious implications. Here's good things. If we can meet these clean air standards, improve air quality, get rid of some of the pollution, prevent 1,500 premature deaths a year, prevent hospitalization, especially juvenile asthma. On the third column, I coach soccer. A lot of kids, several kids over the years in South Pass, but a couple from San Gabriel, San Marino. Last year, I had 3 kids for the first time on my boys under 16 team had nebulizers at every single practice, inhalers, because they had asthma. I've never had more than 1 in 30 years of coaching on a team. So what you can't see is serious out there. You had to pull them out of the games. And when it's serious, kids are brought to the hospital. We can also save $19 billion a year if we improve air quality. Good news on the left, air quality, the bad stuff's getting better. On the right, this is toxic metals. In 2012, it was serious. The darker is bad. 2018, getting a lot better. Again, here are the challenges, mobile sources, which we don't control, but we're trying to. These are the 3 agencies which control it, EPA, CARB, and us, all the different sources of pollution. Only thing from this to take is, if we don't meet clean air standards in these years, the federal government could come in, and it's not discretionary, it's mandatory by the EPA, Federal Clean Air Act. They must charge higher fees for gas stations, for businesses that emit pollution. They could take away all of our federal money, and they could say on Mondays only even number cars, on Tuesday only odd number cars. Good news, there's a lot of money available, Mayor, for you and your citizens and your residents and students here. On the left, if you want to get rid of your air conditioner, get a clean air furnace, we give you, no matter what money you make income, $1,500 off. Second column, get rid of your polluting gas lawnmower like I did 25 years ago. We'll give you up to $250 off, cordless, all-electric, state-of-the-art electric lawnmower. You want to get an electric car, we'll give you $250 for an electric charger. No questions asked. If you make under a certain amount, we'll give you $500. A level 2 electric charger, you just got one from ChargePoint, $865, that's the top of the model. On the right, we just upped that number from $9,500, listen to this, to $12,000. So if you, your residents, neighbors, people at your school, want to get rid of your polluting car, like a model 2007 and older, it's got to be gas or diesel, we'll give you up to $12,000 to get an electric car, a hybrid, plug-in electric, hydrogen fuel cell, or you can get a transit pass forever, car sharing. We've got about a dozen people now decide to get those large e-bikes that go for about $6,000 to $8,000. In a small little rectangle at the bottom, we're starting a program later this year with zero-emission appliances at home. So if you have any ideas for me, let me know, and I'll push it at the board meeting. For businesses in cities, there's a lot of money available too. The little van at the bottom, there's money coming, actually one of the programs that the state just opened up a few days ago, $182 million for large trucks, off-road construction equipment. If you maybe have some equipment your public works uses, you can get a lot of money off. That just came out. We got about 70 off for that. If you got businesses in the community, you have trucking of maybe 10 or less, there's up to $400,000 per large truck. There's a big one there for if you have any large lawn equipment, you can get up to 85% off. You get state-of-the-art all-electric large riding lawnmowers. State has a program for 70, AQMD 85% off. Mayor, just do a 10-second demonstration. mayor of Arcadia, show a table to help demonstrate. This is some of the equipment we subsidize. You can get this at Ace Hardware for $199. Gardeners, cities, school districts that use gas equipment can get this, nonprofits, and 85% off. So something like this would probably be more like about $50 or $30. And it's got an electric battery, and we'll demonstrate the power on me, unless, Denise, would you like to come down and volunteer with me? Your hair looks pretty good. I don't want to mess it up. I'm writing, so it doesn't matter. So if you can show the demonstration. You feel that a little bit? Good. Stand next to me. Thank you. Thank you, Sho. Mayor, why is this important? Number one, there's no pollution. There's sound level. You probably woken up on a Saturday morning at 7 or 8 o'clock with a gas-powered leaf blower. We can do with this. This represents probably 500 to nearly 1,000 gallons of gas, and probably 100 to 200 of those 2 little pint oil, because you've got to, it's 2-stroke engine. You got to put oil and gas in there. So even though it's a little more expensive up front, long-term you will save hundreds, if not thousands of dollars over the life of this versus a gas-powered blower. Cities, school districts, mom and pop gardeners. And there's no throwing away gas, no oil, the little cans and stuff like that. No spark plugs, no filters. So big savings right there. Next, Mayor, there's a lot of money also available. On your every car registration in your city, there's a $4 fee the state charges. Of that $4, you get 40%. 30% will go to AQMD, the top. So at the top, we give out grants every year. And your city is one of the highest, actually, in all the 34 cities that represent. So your staff, city manager are doing a really great job, Mark. This is high. Some cities are under $1 million. Very few go higher than that. But you use money, or you applied for grants for Replace Your Ride. That's where, again, a resident can go in and just say, I want to turn my old clunker. Here's $12,000 for a new car. Purchase an electric or hybrid. Second column, this mobile source, you've got to apply for grants, nothing there. But the bottom one, this is the most important. This is your 40%. You get every single year, every day, somebody registers a car. That just keeps coming every quarter, every year. Here's how much you have. So your balance in 2021 was $289. You spent last year a good $50,000. Projects you purchased, alternative fuel vehicles, perfect. You've still got, and it's going to keep going up every quarter, a lot more. Mark knows. Mark, I won't tell you, there was another city, it wasn't your brother's, it was in eastern San Gabriel Valley. They had a big turnover in the city council, 4 new ones, and they had a new city manager. They had over $500,000, and when I went over that, they didn't know what it was for. So we explained it. They called AQMD the next day, and the only restriction, it must be used to reduce mobile source pollution. So you got to get electric cars, hydrogen fuel cars, infrastructure. I saw in your budget here, in your agenda, just happen to look through, just giving you some ideas for the future, or this one if you want. I think it was number F as in Frank. There was a purchase of a Dodge 3500 vehicle, I think it was. Well, somewhere in there. There was. So if you want, it was for $76,000, but if you wanted to, with that money, this is a typical example, Mr. Mayor, if you wanted to on this, or a public works vehicle, or any vehicle, you can use that money instead, but it's got to be electric plug-in hybrid vehicle, hydrogen fuel cell. So Dodge just revealed after the Super Bowl, one of their commercials, a Dodge 1500 all-electric will be coming out next year sometime, and I've seen pictures of it. It has a range, you can pick 2 models, a 350-mile range, or leading the entire industry, 500-mile all-electric lithium-ion battery coming out next year. So we're going to be looking at that for our fire department, and maybe something you want to look at, Mark. But there's a lot of money available for that. Also, you might have heard we've decided to transition our entire police fleet over to electric vehicles. We've got the first 20 all-electric Tesla vehicles in, Model Y and for patrol, and Model 3 for detectives and admin. So they're being upfitted now by SpaceX, by the upfitter that does all the Tesla racing cars. And it's supposed to be done a few weeks ago, but there's a couple parts with the supply chain are coming in now. We'll have it, and we'll be testing it. The first one in LA County has been a couple up in Fremont. I've tried it. But once we get everything done, you're welcome to come over. We'll show you what it does. We're going to be testing it, but hopefully it's going to go well. But again, that can be used for that if you want to get a vehicle. And finally, there's just a couple more. If you need small business assistance with anything, somebody's opening up a spray paint booth or something like that, warehouse, they need help, myself, Rainbow, Shote will be happy to come help them out, our staff, and sit down with your staff. We can have a meeting at 8, or we'll come here to you, Mark, and make it happen. If you got a complaint, when I was in San Fernando a few months ago, council at the end said, hey, it was in our city, and they know it's a cement factory. That same one company that owned the one in Irvine that just closed down and said, we got these odors, we got dust, what can you do? So I sent staff out there the next day, but they were closed. I think they heard we were coming. Went out the next day, and we went through their records. They weren't keeping proper records. We said, you've got to water stuff down. We papered the neighborhood, the local schools, all the parks. Call us if you see something, smell something. We'll get out there, issue a notice of violation, want them to clean it up. There's a free app wherever I go. I rode my bike tonight, but if I'm taking Metrolink out to Claremont, I can put it in here, and I can tell you exactly right now, San Gabriel, city of San Gabriel right now, my little app, you actually have great air quality today. As the pollutants have gone down, you're under 100, so which is good, but we want to get a little under 50. But in the San Gabriel Valley, you're one of the better ones today. So it's very good work. And we've got if you've got concerns, there's air monitors throughout the 4 counties. We've got over 40 air monitors. We monitor those every day, so we know what's in the air. If there's ever an attack, we know what happens. Actually, we're contracted by Department of Defense and others to see what's in our air. And we test air quality monitors. Any questions, myself, Shote, or Rainbow? Mayor, thank you. Any questions, if you need any, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation, Michael. Any questions from council? Comments?
Just real briefly, is this available for us as council? Can it be emailed to us,
Yes,
the presentation?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you, Michael.
And did you have is it in your packet up there too? Is there a packet?
Yes.
Oh, perfect, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Presentation to the City Council from the San Gabriel Canine Foundation. Sue Fitzsimmons, President and CEO, partners with San Gabriel Canines, will make the presentation.
Mayor Harrington, Vice Mayor, City Council, good evening. I'm Sue Fitzsimmons, President of the nonprofit Partners with San Gabriel Canines. Our whole mission for the nonprofit is to raise money for our canines. We provide services for them that the city does not provide for, such as some of their training supplies, their training balls, their lead wires, their muzzles, their bulletproof vests that they need. Specifically for Bentley, who is our narcotics apprehension dog, the handler has on his belt, he carries with him Narcan. We're all aware of fentanyl, how deadly it is to humans. It is also very, very deadly to canines. If he were to come in contact with any fentanyl, he could immediately die. So he carries the Narcan on his belt so that he could give him the Narcan injection or the spray in his nose to save his life. But we're here tonight for a special reason. We have a challenge coin that we have now for our city that we are going to be selling at the National Night Out. We want everybody to please come to the National Night Out. It is the first Tuesday of August. We will have a booth. Both the canines will be there. We will be doing demonstrations. You can come and see them in person. But tonight, to the City Council, we are presenting each one of you with the challenge coin. Mayor Harrington, may I step inside?
Certainly.
Thank you. Officer Puente and myself spent quite a few weeks looking over different ideas to come up with the coin. If you look at it, on the front side is our mission. On the backside is our canine. So we all want you to enjoy this coin. Think of us. Make a donation to the canines because they are on sale. We will be selling them at National Night Out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sue. Next item, please.
Parks Make Life Better Month. Community Services Director Perez and Mayor Harrington will make the presentation, and Director Perez will accept the proclamation.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Harrington and members of the City Council. We appreciate you supporting our mission by proclaiming July 2023 as Parks Make Life Better Month. The Community Services Department strives to make San Gabriel a great place to live, work, and play by providing quality programs, services, special events, and parks and facilities. We work closely with the public works staff who operate and maintain San Gabriel's parks and facilities so our residents can have clean and safe places to play. These efforts would not be possible without the support of a team which includes the City Council, staff, volunteers, and the residents whom we serve. We invite the community to join us for our recreation classes and programs and connect with us for our events still taking place this summer, including recreational swim, senior programs, art in the park, and our concerts and movies at Lugo Park and at the Mission Playhouse Plaza. Thank you again for supporting community services.
Thank you, Rebecca. So we do have the certificate tonight that we will present the proclamation. And this is for the July 2023 Parks Make Life Better Month. I'll just read a few of our whereases that cities like to always give you. So, whereas Parks and Recreation promotes physical, emotional, and mental health and wellness, and through organized self-directed play and fitness, and support the economic vitality of communities, create memorable experience, foster social cohesiveness, support human development, strengthen community identity, facilitate community problems and issue resolution, sustain and stewards our natural resources. Last whereas Parks and Recreation remain versatile and innovative in providing vital services to the communities through local, national, and global emergencies, all while adhering to guidelines set forth by governing agencies. The City of San Gabriel hereby proclaims July 2023 Parks Make Life Better Month, and in doing so urge all citizens to use and enjoy parks and recreation opportunities. So with that, we'll present a certificate if the council wants to join for a picture.
Maybe Director DeVink can come up as well, since his staff maintains our parks.
All right, let's have Director DeVink as well.
He's here, he's in the other room. Right here, please. Thank you.
All right, next item, please.
Recognition of Outstanding Older American Joseph Claro. Community Services Director Perez and Mayor Harrington will make the presentation.
Good evening once again. Thank you. Tonight, we are pleased to announce our 2023 Outstanding Older American. Each year, the City Council recognizes a deserving individual for his or her volunteerism and service to the San Gabriel community. Many of our past winners, and definitely this year's winner, have provided many hours of service to the San Gabriel community. In addition to tonight's celebration, this year's Outstanding Older American was recognized at the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors Annual Recognition Virtual event. We also celebrated as this year's honoree served as the Grand Marshal for our Kids' Day and 4th of July parade. We are grateful to this year's winner for providing outstanding service to our community. Now I'd like to turn it over to the mayor to announce this year's winner.
Thank you. So tonight we're presenting to Joseph Claro. He's the recipient of our 2023 Outstanding Older American Award. I'd like to introduce Joseph. If you'd like to come up and give you you can have a few words, and then I'll read your proclamation, and we can have some formalities and take some pictures. Oh, and eat some cake. We'll have a little break so we can all celebrate with a little bit of cake.
I want to tell you that it was very unexpected, very appreciated. All I can tell you is that I enjoy what I do, and I do it from my heart. I just wanted to say I couldn't do what I do without the support of my family, my husband, my sister, and a lot of them are here tonight to show their support. We just need to figure out ways to get the next generation to take over when we get too tired to do the things that we do. But it's a pleasure, and I love working with you folks, and I do appreciate the recognition. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Joey. Well, stay there while we get to your proclamation, and then we'll take some pictures. Don't go away that fast.
Okay.
So we do have a proclamation for Joseph. I don't know. It says Joseph, but I know he's Joey. So.
Joey is actually what everybody calls me. So.
Yeah. So I was just like, it says Joseph everywhere, so I'll go with Joey. So Joey is our Outstanding Older American, and this is the proclamation. You can see it on the screen as well. So I'll do the whereases. Whereas Joey Claro has been awarded the coveted San Gabriel Outstanding American Award for his community service and contributions for the betterment of the city of San Gabriel and its citizens. Whereas Joseph, I'll just say Joseph, it's a little easier. Where Joseph has devoted a tremendous amount of time and effort to the community through his work with the Kiwanis Club of San Gabriel, Ramona Parlor number 109, and the Native Sons of the Golden West. And whereas Joey has served the community for over 20 years in a variety of volunteer areas, such as historic preservation, youth mentoring, and community leadership. And whereas Joey's volunteer efforts have made a tremendous impact on the lives of people within the San Gabriel community. And final whereas, Joey has shown he is a prime example of the positive impact of volunteerism, compassion, and leadership serving the San Gabriel community. Now, therefore, the City Council do declare Joey Claro as San Gabriel's 2023 Outstanding Older American and commend and thank Mr. Claro for his service to the San Gabriel community. So,
Thank you.
so with that, we'll take a couple pictures, and then we will, after that, I'll come back up and I have to do a break so we can enjoy some cake.
Oh, good.
Okay, this one is for Daniel and the Kiwanis Club.
Actually, Joey, one more here. It was underneath. The city manager just gave it to you from Hill. This is from Supervisor Solis, so I'll give you this one as well. And there are a few people that would like to say some words to Joey as well. So this is an agendized item, so feel free to come and make some comments.
Thank you very much, Mayor Harrington. Mayor Harrington, members of the City Council, and wonderful guests and citizens here today. On behalf of the Kiwanis Club of San Gabriel, I would like to congratulate Joey, who has just done so much work with this community. I personally have known him over like about 8-9 years, but that does not mean that's where it starts. He has been a teacher. When he retired from teaching, he says, I want to go on and continue working with youth. And he has done so by being our Kiwanis advisor for San Gabriel High School Key Club. He is also instrumental in working with La Casa to help beautify their gardens, and this is what he loves doing, and the kids just love working with him. He is also my brother, and I have no other brothers. He is my brother with the Native Sons of the Golden West. He has just done so much to help us move forward as an organization. He has done so much to help La Casa move forward, and most important of all, to make the city move forward in what it says and what it does. So on behalf of the Kiwanis Club of San Gabriel, I would like to say, congratulations, Joey.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Julieta Perez, and I am the Executive Director over at La Casa de San Gabriel. I've been there a year now, but thank you to Joey. He is a bright light every day for myself, for the children. He keeps our place clean, swept. He gardens with the children. They all yell, Mr. Joey's here, Mr. Joey's here. And honestly, starting as executive director at La Casa, it is so nice to have somebody so philanthropic, so heartfelt, just gives his time and all of his energy. La Casa is very lucky to have him. He literally drove me to pick up turkeys from all different council people and all over the city, and he kept them for us in the freezers over at Claro. So honestly, congratulations, Joey. You deserve it, and thank you.
I thought you were going to race, see who gets there first.
We're both the same height, so the race is going to be pretty slow. I apologize for that. I'm Mary Camarano, and I'm here to really compliment the choice for the older American this year. Joey Claro, the Claro family themselves, they give so much back to the community. Joey is someone who has such a deep love and passion for preserving history. So on behalf of the San Gabriel Historical Association, we want to thank Joey for what he does, what he contributes to this community. It's priceless. As the commercial says, some other things may have a price on it, but what Joey does, there's such a tremendous value with preserving and protecting history, and Joey personifies that. And to the whole Claro family, thank you for all they do for San Gabriel. Thank you for honoring Joey this year.
I'm Cindy Talavera, and I work with Joey Claro as a Kiwanis advisor. He's at San Gabriel, and I'm at Gabrielino. And I just wanted to say that I was just so happy that he was selected for this award. He is an inspiration to me as a volunteer, and I think that his enthusiasm for all he does is contagious, and that's how we can build and add to our volunteerism for our city. The kids look up to him. They are truly inspired by him. They can't wait to go do gardening. I mean, I'd like them to be that excited about, doing gardening for me, but they really feel, he makes them feel like they are really doing a service. And I think that's just so important in building that idea of servant, not just to collect hours, but to know that what you're doing is making a difference. And like I said, I was over the moon excited because we couldn't even enumerate all of what he does. I'm sure this just scratches the surface because he's always volunteering for more. Every time you turn around, he's volunteering to do more. So I'm just very proud to know him and very excited that he received this award. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to take a quick recess. We'll be back at 7:30 p.m.
I didn't even see you.
you, Lee.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening.
Good evening.
My student and I are honored to be here today. We have selected 12 pieces of our student firefighter themed artwork donating to St. Gabriel Fire Department. Through the art, our students expect their feeling of love and respect to the guardians of our city. Fire truck and firefighter are our students' favorite theme for art creation. You can see from these art pieces that our students draw with their hearts and in their minds. Firefighters are heroes who are taking risks to battle of the place. Also rescue people and save life, have the fire dragon under control. Firefighter provides our harmonious community. They are idol of the children. Indeed, art makes children understand everything better because it opens up a new world and enriches children's life. Drawing is an important source of the knowledge and can bring children together and can be part of the positive shared experience. Children's mind can be very creative and wonderfully imaginative. These young artists have been taking art class at our school for many years. It has been such a joy watch them grow and make a tremendous improvement in creating their own unique art. Hope you will join this art drawing our students create. Thank you. And also today we have 3 students, Eric, Alisa, and Victoria coming today, not a student vacation. And also one more thing I want to say, on August 1st, National Night Out, we a lot of students draw police department artwork for police and K9. We did a lot of work. That day we will auction student artwork. Hope people are coming to buy it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. So we're going to have the art. We can come up, bring the art so that the audience and those there can see it. So we can bring it up. You can bring it all the way up and show it to the audience as well.
You have hats.
Fire hats. There you go. So we do have 3 of the students that made this art with us tonight. So we're going to be presenting certificates to them. That is Alisa Chang, Erica Chang, and Victoria Wang, ages 10, 8, and 7. So you can see we're some very talented young people here. So if the council would like to join me, we're going to have a presentation and some pictures.
Yeah, you should, let's go around. No, we take them and go with the council.
Oh,
Yep,
you didn't talk yet.
they can go inside.
Okay.
They're gonna talk?
You will talk
They
later.
will talk, okay. We'll make sure they talk.
My friend, everybody get out of later coming. 等你们三个做完了，你们再来，好不好？
等一下2排好不好？对，等一下2排，这样会比较拍得到。 can you look here, please? Don't move, thank you.
Yeah, fire chief.
Yeah, you can.
还有谁？还有 fire department. How many fires?
More closer.
Anybody from fire department? 还有话筒拿来吗？
那个，露西，后面，你来到后面，几百万元。
这后面这话筒。
没关系，话筒不要紧。来，你进来这边来，赶快来。
All right, right here, please. Thank you. Yeah, look in here, please. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. One more. Yeah, look in here, please. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. 1, 2, 3.
Hi, that's so quiet.
Hold on.
你们要不要只有你们这几个拍？要吗？
刚才他们俩在照相。
哦，对啊，哎，要不要再拍一张好不好？再拍一张好不好？没关系，哎，没有，汪老师是真的，难得嘛。Can you do one more time? Can you do one more time? Yes, thank you. 要去外面。
Continue. Continue. Let Erica turn. Okay.
So now we'll have a few words from, the artists, so you can explain your pictures.
Hello, I'm Elisa Chang, and I want to share how thankful I am of firefighters. So, as we all know, firefighters are known for putting out fires and extinguishing them, hence their name, firefighters. But I want to emphasize the skill and the risk it takes to be one of them. So, being a firefighter takes hours of training and lots of dedication. And when called upon to put out fires, they face dangerous challenges such as the risk of burns, the collapse of buildings, heat, and smoke. And there are so many other dangers, but these firefighters are so fearless. They sacrifice their lives to save others, to save people, and to prevent the fire from spreading. Because without them, the earth will be burning, and there will be too many injuries, and even worse, death. And that's why I am so grateful for firefighters, because they are our heroes. And is there anyone who's a firefighter in the house right now?
Two.
Yes. So whether they're in the house or they're watching through the live stream, is it okay if we could all stand up to give them a huge round of applause to honor them and their amazing things they did? Thank you. And I would also like to thank Mrs. Wang for giving me this opportunity to speak to all of you guys. And I would like to conclude that I want to say to the firefighters, thank you, firefighters, for your service, and thank you, everyone, for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Elisa. Next, we have Eric Chang.
Hi everyone, my name is Eric Chang, and I'm also a student of Mrs. Wang, and I'm also a brother of my sister. I also want to share how thankful I am for the firemen. And it takes a lot of courage to be able to do this job. And plus, I'm kind of a scaredy cat, so I don't have the confidence to be able to become a fireman. And so these people are risking their lives to become firemen in order to protect family, homes, and natural resources. And this is why I am very thankful for them. In my artwork, I drew a chef and I drew astronauts as a way to thank the firefighters, because I am a very creative man and I like to express my thoughts through art. And so, as shown in my art, this is not an easy job to do, becoming a fireman. And this is why I am very thankful to have firefighters in my life. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Next is Victoria Wang. Victoria? Here. Oh, Victoria is a little shy of it, apparently. So I would just like to thank Lee for the presentation. This is a very touching moment when you acknowledge our firefighters and everything they do for us. And through the experience, I'm sure the artists learned a lot. They see what service to the community is and also how to express that through their art. So we do appreciate everything that you do for us as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And the chief would have a few words as well.
I'm really not sure how to follow any of that up, to be honest with you. I'm truly humbled from what I've just seen. We met a few months back, and over the course of a few meetings in Fire Service Day, we saw all the art that these amazing kids have had to offer. Their detail and their imagination is truly stunning. So we're absolutely humbled and pleased to accept this donation. It will be proudly displayed in our fire stations. For the people on this job, it's a true calling, and we're happy to be here to help. It is the most amazing job in the world. And to get the recognition from folks that we're really not out here for recognition, but we do appreciate it. And Lee in the West California Art Academy, thank you. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Our guys were here, and as you may have heard right as this presentation started, you heard some sirens. They were in the back, they wanted to participate in this. And unfortunately, they had to leave and go run some calls. But again, thank you so much. We will probably display this.
Thank you, Chief. All right, next item, please.
Public comment. This is the time set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on items of interest that are not on the agenda but are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the San Gabriel City Council. If you wish to address the council, please fill out a speaker's card and hand it to the clerk. Our first comment tonight comes to us from former San Gabriel City Council member Karina Rivera and reads as follows. Happy birthday, John Woo. Dear John, Dear John, I want to wish you the happiest of birthdays ever. May you be gifted with life's biggest blessings and never-ending happiness. After all, you yourself are a gift to many of us, so you deserve the best. I am happy to be a part of the July Team Birthday Club with you and Denise, and although this year we won't be celebrating together, I wanted you to know that I am thinking of you and sending you lots of birthday hugs and happy wishes. We love you.
Thank you. I thought that is a private comment, but this is public. Thank you.
Our first speaker this evening is Andrew.
Good evening, City Council. I don't know if you remember, just a few months ago, I was in opposition to hiring the attorney to prosecute the misdemeanor crimes in our city. And, you know, my argument for that was investing in the community, right? We need to use that money to invest in the community. So with that said, I want to highlight a couple of employees here with the city. First of all is Sergeant Nat Wynn, who is heads up our community engagement team. He listened to me. He heard me. We had some personal conversations. And he made a promise to me that he is going to make a change. He made a promise to me that in 1 year he's going to make sure that there's a change here. And I really appreciate that. The second person I'd like to highlight is the only one team member we have at the mental evaluation team, Cecily Ramirez. They got together and they are developing the Youth Leadership Academy. So that is, they're making a conscious decision to invest in this community. And those are the things that we need to do here. And I really appreciate them doing that because they're hearing us. They're hearing some of us when we talk about investing in our community. So I really want to highlight them in that, and then also promote for those you know, who are listening that, you know, if you're 12 to 17-year-old, the Youth Leadership Academy, I guarantee you that there will be people that are going to come out of that academy that are going to be leaders in this community. And I would like to see, and this is for Mark, I would like to see maybe the other department, the other, you know, the management team leaders to maybe develop something like that where we could have the youth maybe participate in our departments to kind of learn about government and kind of just give them something else to do. Because I know, you know, some of these youth that we have in this community, especially out of Gabrielino, they would love to be involved in this. So that's just something that I think that would help us move forward to help prevent the crime so we don't have to prosecute the crime. Thank you.
Thank you much.
Our next speaker is Mary Garcia.
Mayor Harrington, council members, city managers, city attorney. My name is Mary Garcia. I preside here in the city. I've been in the city, going to be 72 years next month. I just want to bring to your attention again, I have come to the city council on many occasions regarding the freeway underpass that we go through every day and the off-ramps that we get off, especially San Gabriel Boulevard. It is a disaster. The weeds are probably as high as I am in some sections. When we were developing the carpool lane there on Del Mar, and I came to city council, I was told that it was Caltrans would take care of that. Caltrans will take care of that. When the carpool lane is done, Caltrans will take care of that. Well, the carpool's been done. Nothing has been done. If you go under the freeway and go south, Rosemead section, it's beautiful, clean, no weeds, flowers, trees. Alhambra, go under, beautiful. What is wrong with our city? Why can't we clean up the city? The off-ramp, getting off on San Gabriel Boulevard, going north with that hotel there, it's ridiculous. They probably have rodents in there from all of the weeds that are grown there. It's embarrassing to have people come and visit you that don't live in the city, get off on that off-ramp, and see all those weeds. Something needs to be done. We beautify the city in other ways, but not in keeping it clean. Please help me get the city clean. There's a lot of homes in the area that need to be clean. I went to Aldo on a couple of times. He's taken care of it. The other thing is we spend so much money on that city sign at the exit of San Gabriel Boulevard. Wasn't working. Why? Because the weeds were so high. The solar couldn't get the sun. It would never light up. I complained about that to one of the city employees. It got taken care of. But we spend millions of dollars, I'm sure, on that sign. And now you can see the city of San Gabriel. But what good is it to see the city of San Gabriel sign when you get off and there's all these weeds, trash? garbage, all kinds of stuff. If you don't drive that way, I suggest that you take that route, just to see what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chastity Nunez.
Good evening, City Council members, city staff, and happy birthday, Councilmember John Woo. I debated whether to make these comments on the information that has been published recently in coloradoboulevard.net concerning the San Gabriel Chamber of Commerce, and whether they would cast a shadow on the wonderful acknowledgements tonight, but I decided that they would not. Today's presentations represent the good about San Gabriel: loyalty and trustworthiness with the K-9 program, generosity and beauty with the donation from the West California Art Academy, and philanthropy, selflessness, and community with the award to Joey Claro as the Outstanding Older American. It's because there are so many positive aspects about life in San Gabriel that the questionable, and some argue illegal, manner that two members of the City Council in particular have attempted to utilize taxpayer dollars to underwrite an organization whose top leadership have resigned in protest and that is financially insolvent is enraging. Further, that when provided an opportunity to be transparent and good stewards of taxpayer funds, these same two council members doubled down on their attempts to give away tens of thousands of our city dollars, while at the same time claiming that the city budget is unable to finance important social services, is the reason that I am speaking out. I expect that when the discussion about providing over $30,000 in membership fees and grants to the San Gabriel Chamber of Commerce is next on the agenda in August, it will be voted down. The City Council cannot give these funds to an organization that refuses to complete the financial audit required by its own bylaws, is financially insolvent at this time, and that is devoid of leadership. As it was pointed out already, there are a number of very worthwhile projects that would benefit our residents and better ways to spend our money. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Victor Gay.
Good evening, Mayor Harrington and Vice Mayor Wu, and council members and the city staff. My name is Victor Gao. As a secretary of the Chinese American Political Action Committee, I bring my directors, Linda, and my members come here to support the West California academies for their inspired ideas regarding to the art and the firefighters. As you know, I never imagined a firefighter will connect to the art, because firefighter in my mind is you have a fire, you have 911. So that will connect it. But I'm so inspired Mr. Lee created an idea to link the art and the firefighter in the same moment. So that really let the young generation have an idea how hard a firefighter is. Let them see the firefighters. In the other way, I want to support the cities. I see the cities, your mission, your vision. You really encourage your diversity of your city to see the firefighters, to encourage them to join the firefighter, to let them see how hard a firefighter have been established by your cities. So I'm very proud of the city of San Gabriel today. I'm very happy to be here today and to support the event. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert Liu.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor and Vice Mayor and the City Council members. I'm Robert Liu, the President of Chinese American Education Association. I'm here today to congratulate Ms. Li Wang and her students. Ms. Li Wang is our lifetime member, and we have been known each other for many years. In her 50 years of art education, she not only teaches the arts to our students, but also to educate our students to become better citizens. And we could tell that her students not only becomes artists, but also better human beings. And I'm here to congratulate Ms. Li Wang and her students, and thank all the firefighters to save us, to protect us. And also, thank you for honoring Ms. Lei Wang, our lifetime member. And I want to conclude my comment by saying happy birthday to Vice Mayor John Wu. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Wei Sun.
尊敬的各位嘉宾，大家晚上好，我是美中经贸文化艺术联合会会长孙伟。
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm the president of U.S.-China Economic Trade and Culture Art Federation, Wei Sun.
感谢汪院长的邀请，非常荣幸参加汪老师美术学院学生们书画作品在省盖博市政厅向省盖博消防局捐赠学生们的主题作品。
Thank you for the invitation of Ms. Wang. It's a great honor to participate in the artwork donation ceremony of Ms. Wang's Art Academy in the San Gabriel City Hall and donate the same work of the students to San Gabriel Fire Department.
我们消防员们冒着危险去拯救生命，他们在孩子们心目中的地位是崇高而伟大的，他们是最美的英雄。我们感受到消防员在孩子们心目中所占据的令人崇高的地位，向消防员致以崇高的敬意。
Firefighters risk their lives to save lives. Their reputation in the hearts of children is lofty and great. Firefighters are the most heroes, and we can see the admiration that firefighters receive from children. We pay the high respect to the firefighters.
谢谢。
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no more speaker cards.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar are considered routine, and recommendations will be approved in one motion, unless a member of the City Council or public requests separate discussion.
Come on, approach the. Are they for a particular item? They'll be put when the item is on the agenda. This was general comments for items that were not on the agenda. So if it's an agendized item, you will have the opportunity to speak on that item.
If you could please go ahead and give those cards to the clerk, then we'll be ready for you. Okay, continuing with the consent calendar, we have received a request from the public to pull items 4H and 4I, along with public comment on those items when you are ready for them, Mr. Mayor. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54953C3 reporting requirements, consent item L includes the following benefit changes for all regular non-represented employees, including executive management, as follows. 5% base salary increase effective the pay period beginning July 1st, 2023. This increase excludes the police chief's salary, which was recently increased. An increase to the city's health benefit contribution from $1,568 to $1,600 per month effective August 2023. An increase in the city's 457 matching contribution limit from $50 to $100 per month effective August 2023. An executive management administrative leave will be increased from 60 to 85 hours per calendar year effective the pay period beginning July 1st, 2023, prorated.
Thank you. Can we clarify, is it which two items are being pulled?
H and I.
And I. Okay, got it. H and I. All right. So we have two items pulled. We can do the balance of the items, or we can wait to the end and just do however the council prefers. You want to wait till the end and do them all at once, just depending? Okay, so we'll go with item H first, discussion, public comment.
The speaker for item H is Andrew.
Good evening again. So we have these trailers, and I was just wondering, I didn't see anything in the staff report that we may use them, reuse them for maybe housing for unhoused members of our community that may need them to have a place to live, as opposed to just selling them outright. I'm just wondering if maybe you might want to discuss that amongst yourself, or maybe, you know, think of doing that. I mean, it's just, we don't have a shelter in this community. And, you know, we also have now on the books the ordinance on camping. And, you know, you know, according to state law, I guess, you can't cite someone for camping in a public spot if we don't have a shelter to take them to if they're unhoused. So I was just wondering if these trailers could be used in that manner as opposed to just selling them wholesale to, I'm sure a lot of people in the, you know, in the city might end up buying them for really cheap, but yet we could use them, repurpose them for, you know, something that's a little bit more for housing people that are unhoused at this time. And I know at the, you know, in the count with this, with the LASA, you know, I got involved in it. They stated there was 11 people that were unhoused in the city of San Gabriel, but we know there's many more because there's people that are couch surfing and there's people that are living in their cars, and a lot of those didn't get counted. And you know, like I said, when we participated in the count, we're basically driving around, people living under our bridges, they weren't counted. So, you know, instead of just wholesale selling them out, maybe we could do an outreach to try to find people that may be able to use them, you know, as housing, as opposed to just selling them, and, you know, who knows where they'll end up after this. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all for item H.
Okay, we'll go to item I then. Is there council discussion on that?
Just going to ask a question of the city manager. So when we, well, when anyone, I guess, has, for example, these camping trailers, I mean, there's certain requirements that need to be met. You can't just give trailers, is my understanding. Plus, we need a location also. We would need to figure out where would we put these trailers, or I guess, would we do a gift of public funds, or how does that work?
Thank you, Council. Mr. Mayor, members of the Council, and I would ask the City Attorney to correct me if I say anything that is not according to the law. But your first question of the gift of public funds, if we can make a finding that it benefits the community by giving these folks, giving these trailers to folks in turn for housing them, I think we could get around any gift of public funds concerns. The bigger issue is the one you brought up about finding a location for these. And I believe if we were to have a location, we would want wraparound services, not just giving somebody a home and a key to a trailer and putting it on a lot. My suggestion would be, if this is something that council wants to consider, that we look at things like hotel vouchers or other programs rather than trying to deal with these specific trailers and fixing our homeless problem with these particular trailers.
So I was just going to mention, I mean, I believe we should just move forward with it, but there is some monies that will be gained from selling it and maybe being able to have, I'm not sure if we can have that discussion right now, but bring it back to see how we could do it. For example, maybe half the monies or some of the monies being set aside for these vouchers, or if there's other ways of supporting our homeless population. I'm sure, for example, our Met officer, Ceci Ramirez, I'm sure she could have some ideas of how we can use this money, but I am going to go along and ask that we dispose of it, but I can bring it back maybe at a later time at the end of under council comment for us to have an agenda item so we can further discuss.
Further comment?
Well, thank you, Mayor. I also have a question for our city manager. That it shows the physical impact that the sales for the camping trailers is expected to generate between 50,000 to 12,000. That is for all 6 of them or each one?
That would be for all 6 of them, and that is just a guess based on what those are market value right now. Based on used ones that we've seen, but we have no idea until we get the proceeds from the auction what that would actually be, but that's a guess.
So this is more like I go camping every year, but I do see those RV sometimes. So those RV, they requires a special park that will be able to help them to access to the water, clean water, and maybe, take care of the waste. So do we have any facility, like the park, that will be accommodate for those trailers if they'll be used by those unhoused people?
We do not. You're exactly right that if we were to try to use these for permanent housing, first of all, they're not designed to be used 24/7 for a long period of time. Second of all, they would need to be hooked up to water and electricity and a sewer system, so we would have to create a mini mobile home park, so to speak, for that. Cities are moving more towards tiny house projects where they take lots and build the infrastructure and have those kinds of units versus trying to stand up trailers and using a more temporary situation.
So if we get those proceeds, so we are able to, they will be deposited back to our general funds account.
That's correct.
I see. Thank you.
Councilmember Ding.
Thank you, Mayor. So I saw the total we have to get the A. We planning this suggestion is planning to sell the 6. Is that correct?
That's correct. We have a total of 8, but we are holding on to 2. One of them, believe it or not, we're helping the city of San Marino out with an issue that they have, and the other we're keeping just in case we need it for any of our own employees.
Okay. So also, if we keep it, so how much cost the maintenance for that one?
Very, very minimal cost to maintain. They sit in our storage lot behind either our public works or our police department, and they take almost zero maintenance for us. The reason we're wanting to sell them is because they're depreciating, meaning that the longer they sit out in the sun, the less they're going to be worth not being used. But the ones that we keep, we don't have any budget assigned to maintain those.
Okay. But I think they should have the maintenance if long term didn't use it. I know no matter what kind of vehicle, there's something wrong, So if you put on, I understand if some like for example, some people take a vacation out of the country, it's like a half year, it's come back, it's a bad situation because no maintenance. So if we keep these 2, we should be do the good maintenance too, if we just in case we need to use it, right? So that's my question is maintenance and the storage. I think it's fine, but maintenance, how much cost, and then based on the current value, so we can do the comparison.
And maybe my answer wasn't descriptive enough. We don't have a budget because it's not going to cost anything, but we do have staff that can maintain those. So the parts and equipment, because they don't have motors, they're not, they have to be pulled by another truck. They aren't very expensive at all to maintain. So it's something we can do with our existing staff and our existing budget.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. Yeah. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. No further comments? Questions? All right, let's go to item I, please.
Our first comment comes from resident Jean Raya and reads as follows. I have received several emails from residents who were unaware of the proposed expansion of the pickleball courts at Smith Park. They are concerned about the loss of green space as well as additional noise for park neighbors. I urge the council to remove this item from the consent agenda and open it to further comment by your constituents. Nothing is harmed by ensuring full access and transparency, especially when taxpayer dollars and a vital community asset are concerned. Our first speaker is Jonathan Vivante.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Harrington, Vice Mayor, council members, and other city officials. My name is Jonathan Vivanti, and I reside at 312 San Marcos Street, San Gabriel. I respectfully request that the contract award decision involving new pickleball construction at Smith Park be pulled from the consent calendar. Smith Park is a wonderful city park. On the City of San Gabriel's website, the park is described as quote-unquote charming. I really think that's true. It does have charm. When you approach the park from the west along Broadway, you're first greeted by an oasis of green open space. One senses that this is a special place, not an ordinary one. And this sense is soon confirmed when you approach a curved, tiled mural that bears the park's name, and more importantly, artfully depicts the people and its culture that inhabited this region historically, the Tongva, otherwise known as the Gabriano Indians. The park pays homage to the Gabriano by incorporating thatched roof picnic areas and sea creatures to allude to the Gabriano's spiritual connections to the ocean. I have read that this park is the location of the Indian village Simbangna. The wonderful thing about Smith Park is that it's a recreational park. The park strikes a wonderful balance between active and passive recreation with open space, attracting many people of different cultural backgrounds and age range. This park configuration that we see today was renovated in the year 2000. After the renovation, the park won deserved recognition by receiving the California Park and Recreation Society Award for community park planning. It is very unfortunate that city decision makers are making decisions that would permanently take away a swath of key open space from the community to be utilized instead for the sole enjoyment of a single contingency of people, an association representing a very popular sport. I am not thinking that the city has adequately heard from the community that opposes the idea of building a new pickleball court. The taking of this physical footprint, which includes up to 5 trees by my own estimation, infringes on the solace and allure of the beautiful adjacent open space. Regarding pickleball activity at Smith Park, granted at times there are fully 4 pickleball games going on at the pickleball court, but this is seldom and more the exception to the rule. There are times I walk by and the courts are underutilized. At times there might be 2 to 8 people playing pickleball, sometimes nobody during the day, while pickleball is being played at times on the adjacent tennis courts. There's nobody playing there. It's an empty court. When it gets too hot, guess what? Nobody's playing. So the idea to take away beautiful green open space that attracts people to come to spend time and enjoy the park for the sole purpose of satisfying pickleball players who don't always fully utilize the current court space is really a shame. Consider having alternate days for pickleball use on the adjacent tennis court. I also respectfully inquire why CEQA is not conducted. Why does the City Council not view the action that will lead to the construction of a pickleball court, not a project, as defined in Section 15378 of the state CEQA guidelines? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Annette Kondo.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members and city staff, and happy birthday, Councilman Wu. I'm Annette Kondo. I'm a resident raised in San Gabriel, and I'm requesting that the council please reconsider the proposal to remove parkland and trees at Smith Park to build a new pickleball court. We have more than 135 signatures and counting on our online petition on change.org, and also many of us went park to park across in the hot days and also home to home to get these signatures. These people are, and we heard from dozens of park users and residents, they definitely do not want to lose parkland and trees for another pickleball court. For a city the size of San Gabriel, and this is about 38,000 residents, and Smith Park's limited size, the existing 4 pickleball courts and tennis courts are enough for this precious green space. We should use the funds to preserve the green park space and trees of this precious park. We are all experiencing climate change effects. I mean, all of us can feel it this entire week, excessive heat. If anything, we should be adding more green space and adding more green trees, not cementing it over. Also, please consider what the city of La Cañada Flint Ridge just recently went through. They had a trial period of pickleball court use, and guess what? So many of their residents complained about the noise that this proposal was completely revised. They decided not to put it in a green park, but guess what they're doing? The council and the staff was very creative. They're taking an existing skate park, which is all cement anyways, and they're converting it to pickleball and basketball courts. So that's a really smart alternative. They're not losing green space, and they heard from residents that it's too noisy. I thought it was interesting that tonight the city was honored for Parks Make Life Better Month. You were recognized for that a few moments ago. So please, please remove this park proposal from today's consent calendar. You need to hear from park supporters who are upset, and some of them are even angry when I told them about this, that this proposal moves so quickly to remove beautiful parkland. There are creative solutions that can be looked at, such as looking at elementary school tennis courts that are often open to the public or during the summer, or other hardscapes that can be converted without hiring another contract to cement over more green space. Also, it seems the top priority for this whole Smith Park was originally to renovate a very aging swimming pool that doesn't look like it's had much of an upgrade when I last used it in the 1960s. That should be the top priority. If someone on staff or council can explain what happened to that pool proposal and why pickleball court became a priority. Finally, across the country, pickleball noise is forcing cities to say no to these courts next to neighborhoods. This is an LA Times article, very extensive, that talks about how loud the pickleball noise is and how it violates city codes for excessive noise. There's also an excellent interview on Spectrum TV with LA Times reporter. I just want to mention here, it says, there was an acoustical engineer who was hired by many cities, and he says, quote, the loudest sound produced hundreds of times during a pickleball match. The 2 to 4 millisecond impulse sound generated when a paddle connects with a ball is inherently louder than those of sports like tennis or basketball. And here he says, well, researchers have found that a loud tennis shot, it falls short of 60 decibels. This particular researcher said he's recorded peaks of 85 decibels from a backyard more than 50 feet away from a pickleball court. I mean, really, you should look at this article. It's fantastic. Finally, I want to call to point that there's been many legal claims across municipalities in California and across the country. All you have to do is Google pickleball, noise, lawsuit against the cities. Quote, because volume levels associated with pickleball violate noise restriction ordinances for residential areas, end quote. So what you ultimately approve and build could actually violate our city's own ordinances on noise. Please reconsider this and please don't approve this contract. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And I also have the petitions the city clerk wants. These are just some of them. This is about 135, and we have more and counting. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bruce Candelara.
This is my family, actually.
Good evening, City Council. We are the Candelaria family. We have been residents of 225 West Broadway for over 32 years. We are a family of 4. My son is still at work, but living there, you can imagine what we have seen. We would like the $90,000 that you were given to not just be given to one group. The handball court has holes in the ceiling or the top part of it. The park bathrooms are awful. The pool bathrooms are disgusting. There's broken dolphins in the play area. I cannot imagine taking away green space that the families currently use to lounge, play ball. You're going to be taking away part of that walkway that a lot of people use. Pet parents playing with their dogs, throwing the balls, you're gonna remove that. I understand there's other area on the other side. We listen to this sound, it's right across the street. The tennis, we don't mind. It's that pickleball noise that goes past 10 p.m., constantly calling the police to go over and have them shut it down. Smith Park is a small neighborhood park. We have the basketball courts, the handball courts, one size. We have the pool, okay? We have the tennis court here, pickleball. We don't need pickleball, tennis court taking away some of our green space. We will never get that back. Not only that, but the parking. Where are you going to put these people? We have, I think my husband has taken a few pictures of when the pickleball court was not used. So you're going to put all these pickleball courts, and then part of the time it's not even going to be utilized, and you took away the greenery. My question is, what was the hurry? Why the residents weren't notified? I have also signatures from people from West Broadway. Why weren't we notified? Just to be, polite and tell us, guess what? We're thinking about putting some more pickleball courts. There was no sign in the park to allow residents to react. Something as permanent as pickleball court should not have been rushed. It's a big deal, and it will change an already very deadly and busy street, Broadway. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to add to my wife's comments, please. I don't know if any of you are familiar with this type of ball. It's not the same as a tennis ball. It's a loud ball. It's plastic, it's hollow in the middle, then it's smacked with a wooden paddle. And this thing is really annoying, seriously. And I get up there in the morning at 5 o'clock. My daughter is a first responder, she's a nurse. We try and get decent sleep. I actually live kitty corner across, less than 50 yards. And I listen to this thing continuously 5 days a week. It's annoying as heck, it really is.
7 days a week.
Well, I think it's 7, well, regardless. But I wish someone would come out one day, take a gander at night, listen to this creation of this ball bouncing back and forth. It's obnoxious, I'm sorry. I'm all in favor of sports in this city. I'm an activist in the city. I was a Boy Scout leader for many years. I know everybody in this town. I'm second generation. Point being is that we don't need any more expansion of the park and cement. Please, we don't need more pickleball courts. What they have, we could deal with. But to expand it is ridiculous. And once again, the parking factor is not there. I mean, the Broadway side of the street is supposed to be closed at a certain hour when the pool's open, so it prevents kids from getting out of their cars and parents dropping them off in the middle of the street, which I've seen numerous times. Almost jumped out of my window because, oh, yeah, that kid's gonna get hit. So anywho, they don't utilize the property, so what's this gonna create? Less parking, more people parking in the wrong situation, more danger. I'm sorry, but I wish you could please help us out by not allowing us to have it, expansion of it. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
I want to say a couple of things. I'm actually a night nurse, so I'm there all the time during the day, and I had the pleasure of listening to this when I'm trying to sleep. It isn't throughout the entire day, but it's enough where it interrupts my sleep. And it's very difficult to do a night job when you don't get the appropriate sleep, especially when your family or I'm the nurse caring for your family member, keeping them alive. I do notice the influx of people making a lot of U-turns, which is part of the problem if it's a crowded park. That's constantly happening. People are always having accidents to the point where we don't even park in the street anymore because everyone's cars get hit. On either side of us over the years, I've lived there my entire life, it's a big safety issue. But to bring back my point, it's too hot to play right now. You can drive down anytime, we're a couple blocks away, or your lunch hour walk over and come see, nobody is playing, it's too hot. And if you drive by, you'll see kids. You'll see kids playing, they play football, we have a crowd of kids, or group of kids that forms a little volleyball court. They come weekly for a while. They enjoy the grass. I don't think they'd want to play on that pavement. I played volleyball, it's hot. It's not fun. To piggyback off of what John was saying, we can utilize the space that we have. The setup is nice already. He made a good point to schedule, it would be interesting to schedule maybe one court would be pickleball and one would be designated for tennis, maybe online on our website. You can do like a sign-up sheet every week or so it's kind of fair for everyone. But mainly when you remove trees or any greenery, you take memories from people. My brother and I always had birthday parties at this park. Cousins, I went to San Gabriel Mission Elementary School. Everyone's from the same area. All of my friends growing up that I'm still in contact with, we all had parties there. And you have memories under these trees and that park as it is. But you alter it too much, you kind of lose the sentimental value. And like John said, it's a charming park. We're gonna turn it into a pickleball park. And it kind of seems like it's rushed. I don't know what the urgency is. It kind of seems like it's being slipped under, and it's not a good feeling when you're a resident for that long. I think we should be respected, at least enough to know what's going on in our city. We live right across the street. We'd be very highly, highly impacted. So I'd appreciate it if you take that into consideration. It kind of seems like you're serving a very special interest group, which is a fraction of the amount of people that utilize that park. And you can even, if you want, we can go interview people at the park that utilize it right now. But it is disappointing to hear if this passes. It would be very disappointing. Thank you for hearing us out.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I have no more speaker cards.
Oh, another speaker.
Yeah, I just want to add to this conversation. So I read the articles recently about the noise from the pickleball. So at the 411 with the chief, I asked him if we had been getting any complaints, and he said that we had not been getting any complaints for the noise. I do go to the park. Typically, I go in the early to late afternoon to have my little lunch or whatever when I hit one of the local restaurants. And I noticed from the last meeting we had about advocating for this pickleball, the new pickleball court, a lot of the people that spoke did not live in this city. So what I did was I made it a point when I was up there to ask people, oh, do you live in San Gabriel? Oh, no, I live in Monterey Park. Oh, no, I live in Arcadia. And they come from different areas to San Gabriel. So I so far have not met one resident or one person that was playing pickleball that was a resident. And this is typically, early to mid-afternoon. The latest I'm usually there is maybe 5:30, 6 o'clock now that the lights are out. And, people come and play. And it's usually a little family gathering or a couple of friends. But none of them live in San Gabriel. And the other thing is, too, I believe our new noise ordinance says 8 o'clock. And I believe they play there until 10 o'clock. And so I don't know if the neighbors that live in there want to start calling in complaints for noise to kind of like document that, if that is an issue. Because I believe the new ordinance said 8 o'clock, if I remember right, for the noise complaints, for the misdemeanor noise complaints. I'm not sure if that's the case or not, but I believe that's what the time was. And I have driven by there, and there are people late, sometimes playing, not many, but they are playing. So that just wanted to add to the conversation. Like I said, it seems like, a lot of the issue was there's like a, small little group of people that want us to build another pickleball court. for that people could come from outside of the community to play pickleball here, and eliminating our green space, which, the park itself is a pretty small park. For a city our size, I believe it's a pretty small park. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation. Thanks.
Thank you. We have another speaker. Come on up.
Hi, good evening to all the city council members, to the mayor, vice mayor, and staff. I live in San Gabriel. I play pickleball. I was there this morning when the gentleman went by and took pictures. We have, tonight is Tuesday night. There's about 60 people there playing from 6 o'clock, which is when the evening starts. People come home from work and they want exercise. They're required to stop playing at 10 o'clock because that's what we were told was acceptable. In the mornings, which is when I go, especially now that it's hot, we start at 7 o'clock and we play until it's too hot to play. But when the weather is nice, there's a huge group of people out there. And I've taken lists, I've had people sign. I understand that it's a different ball, and it makes more noise than tennis. We all understand that. But we will do whatever it takes to mitigate that. The point is that it's a very popular sport. There are a lot of people. I play in Monterey Park. I play in Altadena. Our friends will come from other cities and play here, but we go to their city and play. Our families play. We have today 2 kids, 2 little girls. Today happened to be just 2. 7 and 10-year-old came with their father to play. So it's a family sport. It's something that older people enjoy because they can get exercise outside. We have a group. Our courts are open today, Monday to Thursday, and on Saturday mornings, and then at night. The point is that most of the time, in fact, I can guarantee you every time, those courts are full. It's not a situation where it's available and nobody comes. They are full. People enjoy it because it's easy to learn, and they get a chance to exercise and have fun. We are having fun. We're not arguing. We're not having a spat. We're having a good time, and we are meeting our neighbors and our friends. So I am definitely an advocate for pickleball. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other last-minute conversation. Any comments or questions from council to staff, or any discussion? I think Vice Mayor would beat you to it. Vice Mayor Wu.
Okay, so I think there's a couple items we would like to talk about for the pickleball that we have passed on our previous meeting. So some residents, they complained about that they have never received any notice from the city about the public hearing. So maybe I can check with the staff that have we done the public hearing? Because I know that anything that we amended for the park, the recreation area, we probably would just have sent them a notice and saying we are having a public hearing, and had that happen, and how many times we have.
Just, I don't want to get into semantics, but I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. A public hearing is a very specific hearing, and so we have never had a public hearing on this. We have had public meetings on this, and I would ask Rebecca to come up and give any details that I don't have. We have never had a specific pickleball meeting, so I don't want people to feel like we've had meetings directly addressing pickleball and they have missed those. We have been talking about this for probably 3 years as we have been doing the Smith Park grant application, and we've applied several times for that application. That was for the full pool removal and replacement, the replacement of all of the bathrooms in the building at the pool, as well as the addition of the pickleball court. So we had several renderings. We've had meetings on several occasions. We've talked to people in the park, and we have done online and other meetings. And Rebecca, again, please correct me if there's anything else that you want to add. But to be fair, we have never had a meeting where we've said, come out and talk about pickleball. We have had social media outreach and other items, but not directly sent notices to those residents or any other residents and said, you know, we're going to have a discussion on pickleball.
Thank you. So I think one of our residents mentioned that about a CEQA. As far as I know, that when our city or any city, they are having a major projects that will impacting the traffic, you know, maybe the crime rates, anything that the research or study, does it require to have that kind of CEQA research for this particular issue?
So you're right that when we do big projects, we have a whole process we go through for CEQA, and it can be anything from traffic to noise to air quality. But there are also several sections of the CEQA law that allow for exemptions for small projects, and there are dozens of them. I think Samantha is probably the resident expert about that. So when we look at this project, we look at it as an exempt project, not a project that requires a full CEQA study like a bigger development project.
Thank you. So I remember last time when we were talking about the pickleball court, adding one more pickleball court, we do see the need, the demands from the community. And I think I have raised that same concern about the noise. I remember we are going to do some kind of like a trees or anything to block the noise. Is that correct?
I think it would be doing a disservice to the residents if we told them we would be able to actively block that noise with trees, because those courts are right up against the sidewalk. We would have to move the courts away from the sidewalk to put those kinds of barriers up. We are going to be adding new landscaping and walkways to replace those in the area, but there is not room on the side of those courts, between those courts and the homes across the street, to add that kind of a barrier. There have been, and everything that the residents have said is accurate as far as complaints all over the country for noise about pickleball, and you see passionate people on both sides of the issue that have made passionate arguments both ways. There are measures you can take to reduce the noise, but if council is supportive of this project, we have to go into it knowing that it's going to be louder than what's out there now, and it is louder than tennis. And not just from the pickleball itself, but when you have that many people that are enjoying themselves in a small area, it tends to get a little bit louder than 4 people playing tennis or 2 people playing tennis.
Thank you. So maybe I have another question for Rebecca. What is the hour that we permit, our resident or the players to start using the court?
Park hours are 8 to 10.
8 to 10,
8
not
to
7,
10.
8 to 10.
Correct.
Okay. So do we lock them, or, someone would just unlock it every morning, or they just leave it like?
Sonia may be able
Just
to
curious.
advise best if they have to unlock them. I believe that they're unlocked for them.
Okay.
Everyone is aware. Certainly the pickleball players are clearly understanding of the restrictions.
Do we have sign there and showing the operating
There
hours?
are signs with the tennis and pickleball hours. And sorry to interrupt you, Vice Mayor Wu. Just to add to Mark's comments, he is correct that we did the Prop 68 park outreach, and that was done a couple of different rounds. We applied for that funding, and that was for the pool, which we've also heard about tonight, and was adding a pickleball court and redoing the restrooms. That was unfortunately not funded. We did do a lot of outreach with that project. This item did come back to the city council. The pickleball, it was labeled as Smith Park Resources Discussion, and that was specific to the pickleball courts where the council heard that item, and we did not do separate outreach at that time.
Thank you very much. That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Menchaca.
Thank you. Just stay there, Rebecca. Real quick, can you explain the process? Because I feel like we've been talking about this for at least 2-3 years now, and we've had, I remember the community services had 2 meetings, maybe 3 meetings. The Planning Commission had several. We've had maybe 2. So can you explain, how long has this process been taking place?
I honestly I feel like we applied for that grant many years ago, and again, we did apply for it 2 different times. So it's probably been a process of about 4 years, I would guess, without looking back at those documents. We were not successful with that grant, but that was part of the discussion at that time, and we did public outreach, a lot of public outreach at that point as well.
Okay. But it did also go through 2 commissions at least, several
Correct.
times.
Correct.
And then it came to us also. And then the result of all those meetings led us to this construction contract, so.
Correct. There was a specific council meeting, as I indicated, that was, again, and I don't have the timing on that. I want to say that was maybe 3 or 4 months ago. And that was specific to the Smith Park, to the pickleball courts. It was labeled as Smith Park Resources Discussion.
And I don't remember us talking about trees at the time, but just to clarify, how many trees will be lost, and will we be replacing them?
I'm going to turn to Greg on that and see if he has any insight. This was actually Greg's item in terms of the construction, so I'm not sure if that was reviewed or not.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of City Council. To answer that question, there are 4 trees that need to be removed to fit the new court. There's a medium-sized jacaranda tree and 3 tubua, which I can't really pronounce properly. They're smaller, though. And it'd be fairly easy for us to add more trees within the park, but there currently is not a plan as part of this project.
And then we talked about making sure we kept the recreational part of Vincent Lugo. I mean, that's been very important. That was part of the discussions we had, that we are trying to make it inclusive for everyone. And, you know, pickleball is part of our community. I mean, I do know there are people from San Gabriel. There are also people from other cities, but as one of the speakers said, they kind of do a rotation. They try to go to all the different cities. So when you were doing the survey, your outreach, you know, what kind of work was done in finding out whether pickleball was a viable option for Smith Park? What was some of the work you did besides the outreach? Because apparently we've done plenty of outreach, but from there, what else did you gain?
So we did outreach, and I'll be honest, the pickleball players are more vocal than the tennis players have been. So we have an active group of pickleball players that were providing feedback, as well as there are tennis players that were providing feedback. We did do outreach with the residents as well in that direct area. And obviously we had a large component of swimmers, because we were primarily looking at the pool at that time. So there were a variety of components that were included with the grant, but the pool was kind of the primary component, and as you know, we're still looking for resources for that, so.
Okay, so it was part of the overall grant.
Correct.
But when you were doing the pickleball, you did get feedback from the community.
Exactly.
But did we ever do any kind of survey of the neighborhood when we were doing the grant? I'm just trying to see if there was any direct contact, because usually we we have, you know, a certain radius that we distribute flyers to let them know it's an issue that's coming.
And we did do that. We didn't receive direct feedback from the neighbors at that time.
You did or you did not?
Did not receive direct feedback from the neighbors at that time.
That's all, Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Chan.
I don't have any questions at this moment. Go ahead.
Councilmember Ding, any questions?
I have a chance to meet some pickleball player, but I know they have some player. It's like say it's from outer city, Murray Park or Alhambra, but I also have a lot of our resident with Sonia. Okay, so yeah, it's for today we always just hear about public comments regarding the noise. At that time, we also discussed that too. So, yeah, so it's for my think about it, maybe this petition is officially have the petition. They send out. I forgot the lady name. Condo. Yeah. Okay. So this petition is an official one, or yeah. So I think that if they have, thank you. Question is for the city attorney. So for this kind of petition, so should we go to the official procedure or just maybe like this? Yeah, like should for my understanding, if a petition they should be go through some procedure to officially to let the community know that too, right?
Yeah, this petition. I think is meant simply to demonstrate the feelings of the people signing the petition, but it's
Okay.
it's not a legal document. It doesn't have any legal effect over these proceedings.
Okay. So our city have this kind of procedure too?
If you're asking me, do we have a procedure where a petition would affect the outcome of a vote, the answer is no, there is no procedure.
Okay.
Right, I mean, you have the right and the power to make this decision.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. That's my question. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. So I would, for council deliberation, these are the type of decisions that we can't make anyone happy or everyone happy. It's going to be a certain portion of the people that don't want it, a certain portion of people that do want it. My question would be for the city attorney, if we were to make this a specific agendized item, what would be the effect on the bids? I mean, how long are those bids valid for legally? My recollection is something like 90 days, something like a public contract code. They have to hold it a certain amount of days. I just don't.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that offhand, and I don't, I'd have to refer to the bid documents, but you are correct that there is a finite amount of time before the bids time out, and we would have to set it out to be rebid.
Because I would like to be transparent. I know we have had this in meetings before, but it was not the title of the meeting. I think this is the first time we've had pickleball as an agendized item. And that was probably the public's first time, without going deep into agenda, knowing that we have been discussing this for a long time. This is not a new item. It's been part of other items. It's been brought up in budget meetings. But unless someone is really paying attention, it's not going to jump out at them. And that's about the only way to get the public's attention, is to put it in as a line item in the agenda saying, like this one said, a contract to award replacement or a pickleball. I forget the exact title of it. But I believe that if we have the ability to have an agendized item, not on the consent, but just say, if we could get it maybe at the August meeting and put it on notice and say, if it doesn't jeopardize our bids, I mean, that was something, I think it's a quick research, it should be in the bid documents. My recollection is 90 days on the public contract code. Most contractors, if they're the low bidder, would extend it. I did public contracting for many years. If they have a solid bid, they would bid it. They would extend it. But I think it is upon us as council to hear from everyone, because we've had one meeting where it was all people from pickleball, and now we've had a meeting where it's the neighbors. I like to have like everybody with an agendized item, and I walk by this park at least 3 days a week, 4 days a week, because I do a big circuit around the entire, my wife and I walk the dog every day. This is one of the routes we take, and I can say that it is loud. We either go on the north side of Broadway or we go Clary on the other side. We don't walk right down Broadway on the side of when the pickleball. It is loud. It actually bothers our dog because he keeps looking over every time there's a loud noise. But I wouldn't be opposed to say, let's have this as a specific agendized item, hear from everyone all at once instead of one meeting and then another meeting. If the council is open for that, I would like to move this to an agendized item that's not on consent. And then if we could get some possible mitigation of noise, if it's possible, because there's heavier fencing or creative ideas that may come up, both proposed by the staff and pickleball players and residents. And the end here is to make the best decision for the entire community, not for just the local residents, not for just the pickleball players, but for the entire community. And that can be something that, of course, we're not going to make everybody happy, and that's why we get paid the big bucks, to make these hard decisions. But it is something that has a true and real effect on people's lives. Pickleball players are, crowded into one court, and they want to have more place to play. Perhaps it is invasive on tennis players and the neighbors, but recreation is very important for physical health, mental health, but it has to be balanced with the community. So I would like to hear from as many people as we can. So unless the council is opposed, or if we could have discussion on that item rather than anything else, I mean, I would be open to that.
Sorry, did we determine, is it 90 days, is it 60 days? Because I saw Greg looking at the contract too. What are we looking at?
Hello again. I'm reviewing the contract that is included in your packet, and it does say from the lowest bidder that their price is good for 30 days from submission of the bid for us to accept it. This council meeting would have made that. I don't think it's the end of the world to lose the bids, but they might come back differently if we go advertise again. There was quite a big range among these bids, and now it's a public record. They all know what each other bid, so I don't know what'll happen if we go out again. But the low bidder here has language in their proposal subject to acceptance within 30 days.
So I understand that, but there's also the public contract code.
Yeah,
That's what I'm concerned with. Like, I know they renumber, but it used to be like 7409 or 7414, one of those.
Yeah, 90 days is pretty common, but
because no matter what they put in their proposal, the law is the law. If you make a public bid that's sealed and you open it, you're subject to the law. Even if you said it's good for 2 minutes, if you sign on the dotted line, it's good for them. We have a bid bond and we have all that other stuff. So it should be there, but my recollection was 90, but I could be wrong, because a lot of times when you're bidding bigger projects, it doesn't happen in 30 days by the time it gets to the public board that has to, or public, the city that has to approve it. So what was the bid date on that?
I was looking for the date when you called.
June 20.
Well, the only reason I was asking is because we don't have an August 1st meeting because of National Night Out. So the next meeting would be August 15th, and so we actually have a pretty stacked agenda then, but that would be, I think, the most recent date we can have it, which should be August 15th. If it's past the 30 days, 90 days, whatever the case may be, I mean, I'm okay with that. I think Greg's right, we can just go back, either speak to the lowest bidder or whatever the law permits us to, or we go out to bid again. But I would like to have this sooner than later. I agree with the mayor, you know, we're not going to satisfy both sides. The pickleball people have definitely been much more available and on top of this. I mean, they've been, I think, to almost every meeting. I remember hearing about the commission meeting, community services meeting, and then there was our meeting, and then planning commission meeting, so they've been much more involved. But I would be comfortable, but I would just want this sooner than later. I don't want us to wait. I mean, whether it's 4 years, 3 years, 2 years, it's been a long time since we've been going through this. I don't want us to keep pushing this over and over. Let's just make a decision. I would like to propose that we do it August 15th, and so both sides have the opportunity to plan, and let's just take care of this.
I'd agree.
All right. So just make a motion.
We have three different items going on, because this is all on consent. We have item H, item I, and then the balance of the items. Councilmember Chen, you had a comment?
Yeah, and I don't know, maybe you can kind of walk me through this a little bit. I just have a minor correction on 4A, the minutes. So can we just discuss that now, or does it need to be a separate motion? Or
We're in a specific item, so we can have that before anyone makes a motion on the balance of items. We can have a discussion if you'd like.
Okay. So if we're finished discussing the pickleball, if we're not, then I'll wait.
I think we have 3 council members at least that want to move it to August, the next meeting in August, correct? What is the schedule? I know we looked at the forecast. Is it five items that night?
It's, I believe it's 5 items, and 2 of them are appeals, so it will be a long night. We can push other things off to the September, but our code requires those 2 appeals go that night.
So I would suggest we also make a call tomorrow morning to commercial paving and let them know what we're doing, and then say, we'd like to do it. If we have to do it earlier, we will, but we would like to move it to a certain date and get something in writing that they will hold their bid to a date certain. And if not, we can just do it and just tell them we couldn't do it tonight, move it to August. Yeah. I mean, a month isn't going to make a difference for our contractor. They want the work, or they wouldn't have bid it. So they wouldn't have bid it if they didn't want it.
We can asking they can extend a bit because we are decision.
Yeah.
Maybe
Well,
maybe
I
they
don't
agree.
think we're going to have to extend the bid, because it's not 30 days. That's on their proposal. That's not the law. That's what they are saying.
Okay.
Well, 1 day on their proposal, but it still have to follow the law.
Okay.
It's public contract code. It was a sealed bid. It was.
Okay. So it's 90 days.
Don't quote me on that. I haven't done that law in many years, but it used to be.
Maybe we just go ahead and notify to them if they agree, so we don't need to worry about it, right? So we can moving forward.
Yeah,
If you have next meeting.
If we get something in writing, then it's a moot point, because they're agreeing to it, so the law wouldn't matter. The only thing you don't ever want to force somebody into something. You want to negotiate and say, here's what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
And we would like to, the council would like to move the approval date from tonight's meeting to whatever the date is. If we can't do it in the first meeting, second meeting of August, the first meeting of September. It just depends on our schedule, how busy it is. So I'm amenable to that, and if we make a call to commercial paving tomorrow, we discover it is 30 days under the law and it's changed, and we might have to have a faster meeting or add an item to National Night Out, who knows?
Okay.
I'm not desperate, I'm just trying to be busy. But so with that, I'll make the motion to extend this item to a future council meeting to be determined by staff after contacting and negotiating with the contractor.
I'm sorry, can't we pick a date, like August 15th? Because
We can say August 15th, I just don't want to tie the hands of staff, but we can, I'm fine.
Well, because I think we've decided if we pass that deadline, we're willing to go back out and bid again. Is that what we kind of,
I think what I'm hearing is August 15th is fine unless somehow the bid won't be held until August 15th. But I'm certain, as Mayor Harrington is, that if we call the contractor and say, we're going to hear this on the 15th, more likely than not, they're going to want to have that bid held. So, but it would be nice to have the flexibility so that if we need a sooner meeting, we could. It is not a very expensive project in our world, so we're not talking, tens of thousands of dollars, but every dollar counts.
I guess I just want to be specific so members of the public, whether you're pickleball or not, understand, because if we're just, I just like specifics. I just think it's easier for everyone to plan better that way if we can be more specific.
We'll do everything we can to do August 15th.
Perhaps send a notice to everyone on Broadway. I mean, that would be fair. Like, the city could just drop them off, like, here's the meeting date, and just, that way, we always, no matter what we do, we always have people that say they didn't receive notice. And we do the minimum notice required by the law. We acknowledge that. But posting it is notice. That's legal notice. I'd like to do more than just the legal minimum. I think we're a city that cares about the residents. So I would like to see if staff could do something and notify everyone along Broadway from Unipero Serra to San Marino.
If I can suggest too, if the petition includes addresses, we can notify all of
That's
the.
exactly what I was going to say, although some of these seem to be outside of San Gabriel. So I'm not sure.
If,
Yeah,
I would
so
say
you'll
if
just
they
pick
sign
San
the
Gabriel.
Who went all the way to
petition, we can
Wedgwood,
still-
it's just that little area is where the sound is going to be, and
We
if
can do that area.
Some
as
people
well
may
as
get the
those who
notice and
send.
not show up. They may not be a concern of theirs, and other people may, oh boy, I didn't know about this. I'm glad you told me.
Would you like to have the petition?
Plus
Annette
the,
doesn't
plus the
mind.
petition, if they resident, it's a resident in our San Gabriel City, too.
So I will remake the motion so that we're clear. So for continuing item I, 4I, to August 15th, unless the contractor agrees to move it to a further date, and then as well as notifying the residents around the project area. I'd like to have that in the motion so that staff is directed to do that. That would be my motion to just push this.
How about just also add on the, sorry.
What's that?
How about add on if concern for the noise? So is there another way to help to reduce the noise?
Well, I don't want to put that in the motion. I think staff has that understanding, the direction, because then we're directing them to do something that may delay the, because if they can't come up with anything and there are no alternatives, we would still make this decision.
Okay. All right.
So I don't want to tie, like, I'm trying not to tie
Okay.
anybody's hands. I'm trying to
Okay.
be efficient and transparent.
Understand.
I'll second.
So let's go to the board on 4I.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, did we want to vote on 4H separately or with the rest? We can take a motion either way, because it was pulled. Do we need to separate them? Or? We already heard the comment. So if no one opposes, if no one wants further discussion or separation of H, then we can do the balance. I'll entertain a motion.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I think Councilmember Chan had a comment.
I guess we can make that motion on the balance and then still discuss my corrections on 4A. Is that correct?
Well, A is approval of the minutes, so.
Just minor corrections.
Yeah, we should do that and then put it in with, because it is part of the consent.
Yeah,
You can have it all at once.
that's what I mean. I'm okay to lump it all together.
Okay, but what's your correction before we approve? 'Cause do you want corrections done or not?
Yeah, so I should discuss that now?
Corrections beforehand, because that's part of what we will be approving.
Okay, before the motion.
Correct.
All right. Just minor, item 4A, number 2, minutes of the city council regular meeting, June 20th, 2023. In the staff report, in actual, I guess with the minutes, read page number 7 at the bottom. It was regarding our back in our discussions of the ordinance number 690, the what was called, part of our housing element, housing inclusion. And then so we split it into 2 pieces, one for the bonus portion, and then the second vote was for the other issue. And it should say motion carried by a vote of 3-2 instead of 5-0. So just minor.
Yep.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Yeah, the actual ayes and noes were correct. It was the 5-0 that was incorrect.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, as amended, do I have a motion?
I'll make motion to, approve.
So that's approving for all items 4 except for I, that was already.
I'll second.
That's correct.
Motion by Councilmember Chan, seconded by Councilor Menchaca. Please vote.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. On to item 5. And everybody okay, or is everybody okay? Just asking. Next item. Well, that's why I was asking if you wanted a health break before we start a hearing.
Health break.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute health break. That's why I ask. I don't want to start it and not get to it. Thank you. I'd like to reconvene the meeting at 9:23. We've had a request for a speaker on item 7B, which is the sister city item due to the inability to stay that long. So I would like to invite Mary Garcia to give her comments, please. So what I
Thank you.
will do
Now-
is I will open item 7B, and then we will continue. I'm sorry, 7A.
No, A.
7A, and then we will reconvene once we get past item 6. So this is, we're opening item 7A.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it because it is getting late for me. Okay, I wanted to speak on this item because back in 2017, 2018, I did serve as a director for the city of San Gabriel on the sister cities. And at that time, it was just Celaya and Guanajuato, Mexico. And I really enjoyed doing it, but let me tell you, it's very expensive. I couldn't even get the city to pay the dues for me. I was told by council members, oh, the city will pay the dues. The city will help you pay this. I didn't get any reimbursement. The dues, I believe, were $150 every 6 months. I don't know what they are now. I'm sorry. I don't know what they are now, but at that time, in, like I say, 2017, 18, when I did serve, it was $150 every 6 months. And the traveling was ridiculous because I brought a list of the directors at that time. We have directors that lived in San Diego, La Jolla, Downey, Monterey Park, Pico Rivera, Palmdale, Paramount, and myself here in San Gabriel. So they would meet all over the place, and it was always on a Sunday. So I had to give up my Sunday to go travel to go to these meetings. So I just wanted to give you guys an overlook of what I went through that 6 months that I did stay on there, because I couldn't stay any longer because it was, like I said, it just got too expensive for me. But just the dues alone. So I noticed on here that you have it on here to discuss whether you want to enter into this partnership again with the sister city. And I'd like to recommend that if you're going to do it, there should be a stipend or something for whoever is going to be the director or the ambassador for the city for this event. That's all I want to say. Thank you so much. Do you want a list of it? Do you want this? Or no?
Thank you. If you'd like to put it into the record, that'd be fine.
Yes, you can have it. That was what it was.
Thank you. So with
Directors.
that, we will continue this item, item 7A, until after
Again,
item
thank you very much.
6. You're welcome. Until after item 6. So next item, please, item 6.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have no public hearing this evening. The next item is continued business item A, discussion regarding potential prohibition or regulations for the installation and use of artificial turf or synthetic grass on city parkways. Community Development Director Cervantes will make the staff presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. This item is a continued discussion regarding the allowance of artificial turf within city-owned parkways. This discussion does not, by the way, for clarity purposes, this discussion does not include the use of artificial turf on private property, as that process is well established within our city standards, as well as through the mandates under Assembly Bill 1164. So this discussion is primarily a discussion regarding the use of the turf on parkways or city-owned parkways. At the previous meeting, the City Council directed staff to return with a program that would provide options to the City Council to consider this material. As a result of further analysis of this topic, staff is introducing as an attachment the encroachment agreement process for the Council's consideration. The intent of the encroachment agreement is to alleviate some of the concerns that staff had brought up with respect to liability and risk of having the product on city property. If the council were to direct staff to allow the artificial turf within city-owned parkways, the applicant would be required to submit the encroachment permit signed by the owner prior to obtaining a permit, which will then essentially transfer, via the agreement, transfer liability to the ownership. In addition, the agreement has been drafted to also include a requirement for general liability insurance. So to help with the conversation or this discussion tonight, I do want to define what a parkway is, because we have various conditions within our city. A parkway essentially is defined by the area that's between the street curb, and I'll provide an image here to give an understanding of what that looks like. It's the area between the street curb and essentially the outer edge of the sidewalk. So this is considered to be a city-owned area. We have various conditions in our town with respect to a parkway. We have conditions such as the image shows. We also have conditions where there is no sidewalk, where the parkway is not well-defined. In a location where the parkway is not well-defined, such as the image, it would be a requirement of the property owner to survey the property to determine where the front property line sits. So again, I wanted to at least define what a parkway looks like within our city. So going back here. So what this slide shows, essentially, what I'll be doing is going back and recapping what we discussed a couple of months ago with respect to this topic. Assembly Bill 1164 is a state bill that allows the installation of artificial turf within private property. As a result of this bill, the city enacted design standards for the installation of artificial turf on private property. The design standards were intended to help with issues such as appearance standards, drainage issues, as well as maintenance requirements. These next couple of slides, I'll show examples of some of the conditions of poor installation. These examples are not pictures of samples in the city. I want to make that very clear. So these are the issues that we face with respect to the poor installation of the material. It results in sort of common issues such as the warping of the material, seams that become detached, the wrinkling effect due to the heat of the product, poor water penetration, and also poor runoff issues as well. The other issue to also pay attention to is with respect to our city trees. Since artificial turf does absorb more heat, it does pose a detrimental impact to our street trees or trees in general. One thing to consider with respect to the installation of artificial turf on parkways is adding buffers around the trunks of trees to prevent deterioration of the trees due to the heat of the material. Moreover, it is also important to note that the trees require constant maintenance with respect to watering. So a watering system will still need to be established within these parkways, even with artificial turf. So due to these issues that staff had brought up with respect to maintenance issues, drainage issues, and appearance issues, if the council were to direct staff to allow this product within city-owned parkways, we would recommend that the encroachment agreement become part of the process prior to permitting, as well as requiring the installation of artificial turf in parkways to meet our design standards, which have a variety of different requirements such as pile heights, appearance standards, mostly meant to have the product appear more as a live plant material. And so with that said, staff is recommending the City Council discuss the issue of artificial turf on city-owned parkways and direct staff to either prohibit the use of the material or amend the process and standards to allow artificial turf on city-owned parkways. In either case, the city staff will return with a code amendment to address this matter and return to the City Council as directed by the decision tonight. So with that said, I open up for questions.
Thank you, Aldo. Do we have any questions clarifying questions, Council? Comments? Do we have any public comment on this item? Anyone in the audience would like to have comment? We have one hand up. Come on up.
Hi, my name's Annette Kondo. Since we're talking about green space, parkland, and trees, I've had personal experience with artificial turf. I once lived next door to a neighbor who put that in, and I will tell you the problems with it. In this time of climate change and extreme heat, it off-gasses. It actually starts to deteriorate. It's not bird-friendly, pet-friendly, child-friendly. The best alternative is drought-tolerant landscaping. And once you go down the path of this artificial turf, what I saw in this former neighborhood that I lived in, some people put in high-quality artificial turf, and other people put in the worst possible turf. And you can tell. It starts to change colors. And I'll be honest, a lot of dog walkers who aren't careful, they leave their dog residue on there, and it's not the friendliest thing. It doesn't really seep down like normal sod does. So there's just a lot of issues with artificial turf. And like I said, when some cities accept that and they go away from drought tolerant or natural, even rocks, you know, you can use that as well. But once you go down that path, it's hard to reverse it. So I would oppose using that type of material in the city, particularly if there are city parkways like this. You just start opening the Pandora's box. Thanks for allowing me to comment.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, I will close public comment on this item, so we'll have council comment and discussion. Any members have any comments, questions, discussion?
I do.
All right, Councilmember Menchaca.
Okay. Well, I wasn't here at the last discussion, so I wanted just to, first of all, thank you for tabling this. I was very concerned with the risk and liability that was involved, so I was happy to see this encroachment permit. But regardless of the encroachment permit, which really is very helpful, when they install the artificial turf, they have their property, and then we have the city property. We can't prevent them from doing from their property. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's a matter of, you know, do we want to match what they do on their property to the city parkway? And I know, you know, I too walk my dogs on a regular basis, and there's already artificial turf there, with or without us. I noticed that. If we decide to approve this, what happens to those people who really don't have any kind of encroachment permit? I mean, we are now liable because we didn't have anything. Are they grandfathered in, or do we knock on their door and say, we need you to sign this encroachment permit?
Yeah, we do. We would likely not go door to door asking them to sign this agreement. One of the things that I envision with that kind of system is essentially not so much grandfathering them in, because in order to be grandfathered, you have to be permitted to begin with. The issue with the ones that are already installed is that we're installed at a period where our code really didn't decide or determine whether this product was allowed or not. So they were essentially installing these materials in a good faith effort, I would say. But I don't envision having to go around and conducting code enforcement on these situations because they were installed at a prior period of time. So,
But if there is some kind of danger, the city is liable.
well, I'll look to our city attorney to see if he would help me with the liability issue. The property owners adjacent to these parkways are responsible for maintaining these areas. That includes whether it's live material or mulch or even artificial turf. If the material within the parkway were to be a hazardous condition, I think there's still some liability on their part to maintain that area, but if our attorney will jump on that.
Well, I don't normally like talking about liability in public sessions because it tends to be a self-fulfilling prophecy, but let me say that we have the potential for being liable for all of those spaces, whether they're artificial turf or not. Whether or not there is liability depends on the circumstances of the individual situation. Since we're talking about a dangerous condition of public property under Government Code 856, I think, the condition would have to exist long enough and be obvious enough that we could see it and have a chance to correct it, whatever that condition is. So there are other limits on that liability as well. So it's a little hard to discuss it in the abstract. You know, I guess you could also say even with an agreement by the landowner, that doesn't necessarily get us out of a lawsuit. It might help us on a cross-claim against the landowner, but the landowner is liable for the landowner's responsibility as well already. So, I don't know, is that clear as mud?
So if we do see some kind of hazard, I mean, we do have code enforcement. They could go and knock on the door, I guess, and say, please correct this, remedy it in some way, and then kind of go from there.
That's correct.
I do like the fact that whether we decide or not, I mean, there are now design standards in place, so they can't just install the artificial turf. They would need to get a permit and follow our design standards, so to avoid any kind of hazards that could take place.
That's correct.
But that's only for the city parkway. Their grass, they can pretty much do anything unless, again, if it doesn't comply with our code enforcement.
Well, so on private property, there's also subject to these standards if they install artificial turf. Specifically, installing artificial turf on private property, they're required to replace lawn with artificial turf, not go beyond the existing lawn area. They're subject to meeting these same standards on private property.
That's right. You're right. I'm sorry. Okay. And then for those who don't have any visible parkways, how will they find out that they still have a city parkway? Is it through the permitting process? Our staff will say, this is a non-visible city parkway, so therefore you need to still have this encroachment permit?
Well, in a scenario where the council were to prohibit this material, under a scenario where there isn't a defined parkway, just as the image shows, and they were to request the installation of artificial turf, they would essentially be required to find out where that property line sits. And that would allow them to install artificial turf on their property, but not in what's defined as a parkway. They would have to decide to install live plant material or some other kind of ground covering that's considered compliant with our code. So they wouldn't be allowed to do artificial turf if it is prohibited by the council. You would have that sort of that different material in that circumstance. Whereas in this case, where you have a defined parkway with the sidewalk, you'd have the ability of having artificial turf on the private property, but within the parkway area, you would have live plant material, which would be either drought-tolerant landscaping or grass, essentially.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Menchaca. Vice Mayor Wu.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Aldo. My question is, if we will be permitting the residents to install the artificial turf, that the new owner who purchased that property will need to sign a assignment, an assumption, something that they have to carry over the responsibility to maintain the walkway. Is that correct? Not the walkway, I'm sorry, for the parkway.
That's a good question, actually. My immediate thought would be no, since the original applicant had applied for a permit to install the material, subject to the standards that are listed in the design requirements. And that owner at that point would have signed over the encroachment agreement. As far as having to have the new owner sign the agreement, that's a circumstance that I don't see would be happening, given that the permittee originally had done all that to take care of all that. The new owner would then essentially claim or absorb any circumstances that they've, purchasing the property under those same conditions. From a legal perspective, I don't know exactly if we're mandated to go and have the new owner sign the agreement, but I would imagine that they just take over the same conditions.
Because city will require the applicants who will put the artificial turf with a liability insurance.
That's correct.
So that means anyone who purchased a new property as a new owner, and they will be, if we don't check their status, and they don't sign anything on the new agreements or the purchase agreements that come with this. So that means they can get away from the responsibility paid by paying the premium? Because they need to buy the insurance. They should have a policy that to prove that they are able to maintain and just keep that the free responsibility or something. So I mean, so we don't have a system that will be monitor the transaction. Is that correct?
At the moment, that we have not thought of that process in length to figure out how a change of ownership would apply to the situation.
I see. And my second question is, in city property, that we do have artificial turf in Marshall Community Park. Is that correct? Because I had.
That's correct.
Okay. And what is what is the feedback from our local residents?
I'd have to refer that to Greg,
Greg.
on that question.
Thank you.
I do believe the public that uses the artificial turf area of Marshall Park, they enjoy it. We've had minor maintenance issues from the original construction that were corrected. It hasn't been really overall, since it's been under our maintenance, other than the original corrections we've done. It's been fairly easy to maintain, and it stays clean. I don't know all the programs we have there, but we don't have complaints about it.
So have you seen, so there's no complaints, and you say easier to maintain compared with the real grass?
Generally, it is. People can abuse it. Let's say, for example, if it was for a soccer field, then people just sometimes they just dump their sunflower seeds on it or something. It can be, but it really only needs very infrequent maintenance. About once a year, you run a kind of a mechanical thatcher over it that gets the blades back up. You might have to top off a little bit of the crumb rubber, but it doesn't take water. It doesn't need to be mowed. Overall, it's a bit easier to maintain.
And so how long you think that we call the life expectancy for the artificial turf in our park? I mean, would that need to be replaced in the next few years, or maybe that can last for like another 20 years?
I'm not an expert on that. I do believe with proper maintenance, it probably will last decades.
Last a decade.
I think
okay.
so.
I see. Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Wu. Councilmember Chan.
Yeah, I don't have very many questions. Mainly, I was wondering about the liability issues, but Councilwoman Menchaca kind of addressed that to our attorney, because my main kind of concern was if this kind of agreement will be enough to cover us as a city. But like you said, there's always something, but it seems like a good beginning in terms of.
That agreement won't prevent us from being sued by third parties who are injured on the property. They would still name the city still owns the property.
Okay.
What it would do is potentially give us a remedy against the owner of the property.
Right. Okay.
Potentially allow our insurance company to seek a defense from the owner if the owner is maintaining that insurance policy. I hadn't given thought to this idea of successor owners that would require
Right.
additional work. That's not something that's automatic, so we would have to, I guess, record something against the property or have some additional covenant in there. That would require some additional thinking. I'm personally, I was talking about this with Mark earlier. So as a young attorney, I had to defend slip and fall on sidewalks a lot. And in my experience, what I always ended up having to deal with were situations where there was a misalignment of the sidewalk caused by either over-irrigation or roots from neighboring trees lifting them up.
Right.
That seemed to be the big hazard that,
Okay.
and we were always stuck in an argument about whether the defect was considered trivial and therefore not a dangerous condition because the alignment wasn't very tall, or if it was tall enough to be considered dangerous, and whether people had notice of that. So I always think of the hazard as coming from the natural, aspects, the irrigation and the plants. I don't know. I don't want to speculate. You guys obviously have additional thoughts about what kinds of hazards could come from the artificial turf, I assume maybe not being pegged into the ground correctly and somebody trips over it or something like that.
Right. Now, I guess the way I'm looking at it is, you know, the question about the successor liability. Now, if you're going to sell the property and the front lawn, the regular lawn that's on the property is going to be covered by, you know, the new owner, then wouldn't this be kind of just an additional piece? But, you know, that's more a lawyer question, I guess, in terms of.
I'm sorry, I got distracted by somebody that was handed to me. What was the question again?
Just that we're talking about the issue of successor liability, then wouldn't it be a similar concept that for example, if the old owner had artificial turf on their front lawn, and then they sell it to a new owner, the new owner would have to take responsibility for that anyway, right?
Well, the property owner is solely responsible for their front yard.
Right.
And so they would have whatever liability, they would own the liability for their front yard exclusively.
Right.
This happens to be on our properties, you know, easements on our property, so.
Okay. And
Does that answer your question?
yeah, well, I'm just saying, wouldn't the artificial turf on the Parkway be treated similarly?
Oh, I see what you're, in the absence of an agreement? Yeah, it's exactly the same in the absence of an agreement.
So the new owner would have to be responsible for it anyway, I mean.
Just the question whether the additional covenants of the agreement would automatically transfer to the new owner. That's the,
I'll chime in a little bit on that because our agreement says that.
says that the,
We're an additional insured, and the insurance carrier has the duty to notify us if there's any cancellation. I'm assuming someone that's moving is going to cancel their insurance. So the insurance company has to notify the city that there's no more insurance on this. So the city gets that notice, and then we go to the new homeowner and say, you either have to buy an insurance policy or you have to take the grass out. That's the mechanics of how it is right now.
I see.
So the new owner has the choice, pull a policy or remove it and replace it with something that's not artificial turf.
Okay. That was my main concern. Thank you.
That's page 5 and 6, if you want to read it.
Yeah, the question, just want to clarify, for if we're not artificial, so the city own the Parkway, who's liable? Is the homeowner liable or city have liable?
That's why we have lawyers.
for which portion now?
For the city own the Parkway. I thought, it didn't talking about the artificial turf. Okay, just say right now, everything is real tree, real grass, and anything happen,
In other words, on that picture where the grass is?
yeah, I mean the grass, it's not artificial grass, just the
Right.
grass. If people slip down over there, they.
If the condition is on our sidewalk, then potentially we're liable.
So they can sue the property owner and the city.
That's right, and they will.
They'll sue both, right?
Right.
They sue the both.
Correct.
But city definitely have the liability, right?
I'm not going to say definitely. What I was trying to explain,
Understand it because city owner, right?
the city is liable for any dangerous condition of its property, but the term dangerous condition is specifically defined. It has a bunch of components to it.
Case by case, not the.
It's absolutely case by case, and just to give you an example, so I mentioned earlier about misalignments of sidewalks. So we would be liable for a dangerous condition, but under case law, dangerous conditions can't be trivial conditions for a couple reasons. One is if it's trivial, then we wouldn't have notice of it and be able to fix it. And so there's all kinds of cases out there, one after the other, where the alignment was a quarter of an inch, you know, and someone caught their heel on it. Is that trivial? It was a half inch. Is that trivial? It was only a quarter of an inch, but it was real slippery, you know, the sun was in their eyes, whatever it is. So there's, and the cases are all different, depends, you know. So I don't want to, so in some cases, yes, some cases, no.
So you mentioned it's like property owners, it should be notify our city if something wrong. If they don't notify, probably people, they also can sue the property owner too.
The property owner could potentially be liable. The liability of the property owner is completely different because it's not statutory. So they have a negligence standard.
Okay.
Usually, though, the city's got the deeper pocket.
Yeah. And my other question, because we put on this liability for shift to the property owner, for my understanding, it should be checked the homeowner insurance. Most the insurance usually don't cover that. If you require that, they had to buy the insurance. Right now, it's already have very tough situation. Most the insurance company, it's out of the business at our California. So if we put on this, if we allow that and put on this condition, I don't think it's a reality thing because the property owner is hard to get the insurance, for my understanding. If you also require for the, if you want it, you also do the require additional insurance for the city. Most insurance company don't want to do that. They don't want to sell this kind of insurance because you know why? For they are liable for protect the whole city too, because city become the additional insurance. Only special event it's okay. Special event it's okay, but for this kind of situation, I don't think they can get the insurance too. If you want to require that, we can do the study. You can ask him, but from my knowledge, it's hard to get it. Yeah.
Mayor, let me ask a question of staff. Is this being done in other cities, or were the first ones to create this encroachment permit?
Well, I can only, I did not survey other cities. I have, in my prior city, I did have some experience with this. But we only got as far as looking to adopt the standards. We didn't get into a phasing of having some kind of an encroachment process. Although it was discussed, it didn't get to the level of where we are tonight.
And the encroachment process came from the question of council about liability and how we can reduce that liability. Staff's original recommendation was not to allow the artificial turf in the parkways, but council said, before we just say no, let's see if we can do something about that liability. And so that was our response, was this encroachment permit process. I'm not aware of any city that does this either.
Because what Councilmember Ding said, I mean, that's kind of a game changer. If that's going to prevent the homeowner not to be able to get insurance, then we're not. There's no benefit here for our homeowners.
And there's another one. It's regarding for the city-owned parkway. So we always let the property owner to do that, or it's our public work to do that. Who make a decision?
On who makes the decision on what does that? We have standards. So for example, we have standards right now that say what the height of things that can go in there so that it's, doesn't harm somebody when they're backing out of the driveway or create visibility issues. So we have requirements for what they can plant and not plant in parkways. But we don't have a standard about artificial turf. So we have told folks you can't do it, but we don't have anything that says you can't do it. So we're wanting to create that policy. Whatever council decides, whether we allow it in parkways or not, we just want something that we can show in our codes to tell our community whether it's allowed or is not allowed.
Okay. So currently our code is just only for the grass only, grass tree only. Also have the dry tolerance.
That's correct.
Well, both we can do that, right?
Yes.
So if the purpose is want to save the water, right? So for because no matter we still have a city tree on there, we need the water too. So it's better don't have the artificial turf. especially because for this picture, especially I think only like some city-owner property, it's really close to the owner property. It's maybe design, it's on this, it's same area, probably this kind of portion. I think because they already decide the front yard to have the artificial turf, but just extended something. So it maybe based on the public line. I don't think these have the example too. Just think about it. So maybe that's additional exception because they already make a decision. Therefore, their own property have the artificial turf. Probably this kind of exception, but for the totally it's a city owner. It's not really solve the problem for the save the water. But another question, I still concerned. Because I hear about the artificial grass underneath. If long term, it's have a lot of bug and mold inside. You don't know that if you don't do the good maintenance. That's a worry about it too. Yeah. So that's my discussion concern too.
Well, the way I look at it, it's not like the city's forcing the homeowner to do this, so I don't see any problem with giving the homeowner the option. So, I mean, yeah, if they want to and it's safe and they adhere to our rules, as we will, if we do end up allowing and putting together a process, then I don't see a problem with that.
Thank you. I did have a couple comments, or I agree with that last comment that, and I also understand Councilmember Ding's concern over the cost of insurance. That may be the factor that makes the homeowner decide not to do it. But some people that really want their yard to be uniform with the parkway may be willing to do that. How they obtain the insurance, I don't know. But because there's two major insurance companies that are no longer doing business in California. They're not writing policies. I don't know how many are left. You would probably know how many are left, like one or two. And this would be different than a homeowner's policy. This is general liability. It's not the same policy. It would be a rider to your policy specific to this area. It's a small area, but a carrier has to underwrite the risk. So I think from a city's standpoint, it'd be great if everyone had Parkway insurance. Yes. It'd be really great for the city because then that liability is gone from us. So if someone wants to do it, it's actually taking some of our liability away, if it's caused by them. I'm not saying that they're liable for all of a sudden for 100% of everything, but it's a dangerous condition that they caused, which right now I think Keith can attest that it's very hard to determine causation on a slip and fall. Whether the person that slipped caused it, whether the homeowner caused it, whether the city caused it, an acting third party caused it, who knows? I mean, everyone is case by case. The insurance just gives us the mitigation and the remediation. And if they want to pursue it, I'm all about people having more decisions than less. So I think that in freedom. So.
Also, I noticed our city code also have the some landscaping, but the landscaping right now, it's for the artificial. That's meaning they can use whatever material they can do it. They not really need to do the landscaping, right? Just maybe tree only. The rest of grass.
We have design standards.
Still right, but I understand your landscaping area. We need like some. I think a building code with it. So each house have the some area percentage. It's have the landscaping requirement, right?
If someone were to request artificial turf on private property, they're limited to only existing lawn area, to replace the lawn area that's existing with artificial turf. Anything else can be some other form of landscaping, whether it's live plant material or drought-tolerant landscaping. But there isn't a percentage of landscaping that's required. There's an impervious coverage requirement, which is hardscaping. But with respect to artificial turf, it's only allowed under the replacement of existing lawn.
Well, I agree with a couple of my council members. I just think it's important to give our community, our residents choices, and if they want artificial turf, I think we should allow them to have it. You know, if they're going to, you know, they want to absorb the liability, if it's that important to them, then they'll sign the encroachment permit. But we do have standards, and it's the one thing I think we're not maybe highlighting as much, is that there are standards for artificial turf, and that's part of the agenda item. And so I would like to move to approve this recommendation. Well, actually, the recommendation has quite a few things, but I guess it would be to, let's see, direct staff, let's see. Okay, well, I would like to move to approve the encroachment permit as well as the artificial turf standards that's being presented tonight.
Well, second.
Yeah, but I just want to clarify, okay, talking about, yeah, I agree, let the resident property owner have a own choice for their own property. Right now, it's talking about our city.
I know.
Parkway, okay, it's a public property. So,
But
very serious, think about the liability too. I'm an insurance guy, so it's very serious about that. So it's a consideration too. So like I say, we can suggest if they already, like maybe front yard, some area, it's next to the property owner, maybe we can do the exception if they want the artificial turf. But for the this kind of parkway, my personal, it's no matter you want to have the insurance, city is still liable. Doesn't mean really liable.
Yeah. I understand, but as a homeowner, I consider
my case.
I consider the front lawn and that parkway as mine. And if I want to put artificial turf or if I want to have green grass, I mean, the whole property is mine. If someone sues, then I'll look to the city.
If a parkway it's belong to the property owner, some parkways it's belong to the homeowner. Go ahead, right? I agree too. You know.
I'll give a point of order. We have a motion and a second for a vote, but I will give Vice Mayor Wu, well, he had one last comment before we vote. This has already been.
I know, because actually we have motion and we have second. Yep. Supposedly that we probably do not really.
You can discuss, but typically you don't.
But I think that I will be supporting that to have a homeowner to make their own choice. However, the only thing I would like to recommend our staff at this point is to have a full disclosure that is telling those homeowners that this is their obligations to pass on their obligations once they become, install the artificial turf. That when they are passing on the property right to another new owners, they should disclose that to that. I mean, I don't want to make that decision tonight, but we just leave a blank check for anyone to look for city's pocket and say, okay, you guys pass it, but you did not really have those new owner or potential future homeowners. They'll be suffering from any kind of like a risk or lawsuit, and one day they become a homeowner and say, I didn't know I would get sued just because this is not my property. I thought that is maintained by the city. So, I mean, but I do respect that we should have the homeowners to take the responsibility. Then if they cannot get the insurance, just remove the turf. I mean, that'll be their choice. But our city, we should let them choose, but they should take the risk. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have a motion by Councilmember Chaka, seconded by Councilmember Chan. Please vote.
Motion passes by a vote of 4-1.
Next item, please.
Discussion and direction on establishing a sister friendship city policy and whether to consider establishing relationships with additional cities. City Manager Lazaretto will make the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So I do not love bringing items to you that I don't have a lot of information or experience about. I like to have things well thought out and at least have information for you all on how you can make a decision. But there aren't many people in our city who have dealt with sister city programs. I think Mary Garcia, who's no longer here with us tonight, was probably the most knowledgeable in the building at the time. But several cities have had sister city or friendship city programs since President Eisenhower enacted that Sister City International program. And folks have found it to be beneficial from economic, cultural, exchange, recreation, economic, especially for tourism and investment in other communities. It's something that used to be more active, I think, than it has in recent years, especially in our city. As we mentioned with our original speaker, we've had a sister city relationship with Celaya in Mexico since the 80s, since the 60s. And that used to be active right up until about 2016, I believe. We had membership in the Mexican-American Sister City Foundation. We've also had a sister city relationship with a city in Taiwan, and that was formed in the 80s. That has not had any activity for several years. So we've had a request from the Haka Foundation. The letter is attached as the last part of your staff report, and they are representing a district in, please excuse my pronunciation, but in Banqiao district in Taiwan, Taipei City, new Taipei City in Taiwan. And they would like to form a sister city relationship with the city of San Gabriel. My suggestion is that we have a discussion tonight on whether the city is wanting to consider new sister city partnerships, and if so, how we would foster those. I've heard from members of the community and the council about wanting to make sure if we do have partnerships that they're active and that they're not just in name, as we have our current two sister city relationships. So I'm looking to council and the community for help on how we can do that going forward. I did research on what cities have done in this regard, and Redwood City seems to have a very good policy that they adopted, so I've included that as an example. If council would like, we can bring that back with some edits that would be personalized for the city of San Gabriel, and we can have a policy that would guide how we form these relationships going forward. Or council can decide whether or not to do sister cities moving forward at all. So my suggestion would be just to frame the discussion that we start with whether you'd like to have an active sister city partnership. And then if so, if you'd like staff to bring back a formal policy, or if you would just like to consider on a case-by-case basis without policies, any future relationships. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions and anything else that council needs to help this discussion.
Excellent report, Mark. Any questions? Or actually, I'm going to see if we have any technical questions or factual questions to clarify the report.
Yes, Mayor, I do. A quick question is about since we do not have a significant policy for sister city or friendship city, but we had two sister cities already. So without the policy, how does that form? Do we still count it as our sister city, that the relationship that has been established before we had a policy made? Do we still recognize that? Or we will just erase the record and say they are no longer our sister city because we had a friendship before we had a policy? How does that work?
There's no need to have a policy, so they're still valid. They're not active, but they're still valid. Some cities, when those partnerships become inactive for a certain period of time, they put those partnerships into an emeritus status or an inactive status, and they'll note that in their documents, so they'll put it on their website. Or if they still belong to Sister City International, they'll register those as inactive partnerships. But to answer your question, there's no requirement to have a policy. So we could add a new sister city or multiple sister cities without adopting a policy. It just would be up to the council to decide at that point on a case-by-case basis what those requirements should be.
Well, thank you. I also want to recognize that we have our members, I believe from Hakka associations, that they have plenty of their board members attended the event today. I think they would like to share some of their thought, but maybe later on when, if that is permitted by our mayor and also our council. But I would like to share some of my experience in the past, because about 5 years ago, I had a chance at fostering the sister city relationship between, our neighbor, Temple City, and with the Hualien County in Taiwan, that, because I have a personal friendship with the supervisor, they call the county supervisor, or we call them magistrate, that then they would like to, they would like to have build up a friendship, a friendship with the city in United States. So then we began with all the letter of intent, outlining the shared objects, and for the friendship and potential benefit for both parties involved. I think the most important thing is that time the city manager in the Temple City, Mr. Brian Cook, and also worked with that time was William Mann, the mayor, that they were actively to make that. I do not know if they have policy or not, but they were really trying to put the relationship together. I think that the most important thing is in the past 5 years that they have done several good things that I don't see there's any financial impact to their city. That initially they have signed the MOU in August 2018, and that ceremony was held in Seat of St. Gabriel, Sheraton. And we got benefit. We are benefited from making when other people making friends, we got benefits too. That which is a beautiful thing. But in November 2019, that I think the mayor Nanette Fish, she was a former mayor, but that time she was mayor, and she led a trade mission to Hualien, and I was also part of that group at that time. So the council member William Mann and also school board members, several business owners from the city, they also went to Hualien and to discuss with their government and talk about the educational like corporations, sending the students, and also some cultural exchange. And also in February 22nd, in 2020, Hualien County actually sent a lively dance troupe that from their local high school that to participate in their Camellia Festival, which is the 76th Camellia Festival. So they have like a Aboriginal culture that dancer that bring to it really pretty impressive to their community. And that the delegates and that they include the Director of Economic Development for their county government and superintendent from local school board, entrepreneurs, in total like I believe it's close to 30 individuals. So the last one that will be like during the pandemic in 2020, the mayor, Chavez, that time in Temple City, he actually received a significant donation from Hualien County that they have the Hualien County donated 3,000 masks, 5,000 goggles, 500 isolation gowns and gloves. So I think that mayor actually expressed the appreciation for that donation during his state of the city. So I think that is about the friendship, and I'm not so sure if a policy or something is really necessary, but looking ahead, I think the Hualien County is eagerly planning to participate in their 18th Camellia Festival next February. And they call me and say, hey, John, we would like to come to visit the Temple City. I said, I'm sorry, but you probably need to contact Temple City directly now. I cannot really handle it. So they actually got the invitation, and they will be coming. And I asked them to stay in our city, the hotels. We have best hotels here. I think that is just some example and some of my experience that the bridging, the friendship is, it's just like from true heart. And also, I would like to emphasize one thing, that every expenses to bridge the everything's, travel abroad, that will be on our own pockets. It will not be causing, the impact. There will be no impact for this, the financial to the city. But that is important that we have a grassroots associations that will be able to fostering the whole process. So they will be doing all the work, but it really depends on if we have the common value that with that particular city that will be making friends with us. So I think that is, we are sharing something, and if there will be more, especially in our city, we are really diverse, very inclusionary. We emphasize the multicultural. So I would say we have a very good, we have a strength that we are able to be benefited, not only locally, but we can brand ourselves internationally. So that's my sharing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Not so much a question. No worries. No worries. Any other technical or factual questions for staff? All right. With that, we will open for public comment on this item. We've already had one. Is there anyone else in the audience like to make a comment to the city council? Don't be shy. Come on up. We'd really like to hear from you.
Well, I'm not sure whether I should say a good evening or good night, because it's kind of late. Mayor Harrington, Vice Mayor Wu, council members, and the city manager, city attorney, and city staffs. How are you guys doing tonight? I'm a public relations director for Hakka Federation of USA. And unfortunately, our president is currently traveling in Europe. He's not able to attend, but he did submit a letter to request the San Gabriel Council to consider Banqiao district of New Taipei City in Taiwan to establish the sister city relationship. I'm pretty sure that you have that in your attachment there. I truly appreciate, we truly appreciate that the council is taking this into consideration seriously, and we would really like to see that the council can approve this relationship, just like John, Councilmember Wood was saying earlier, is that it truly foster the cultural exchange, improving the diversity, and we can also have a lot of cultural exchange and the trade related type of exchange as well. And also, like Councilmember Wu was saying, that most of the delegates from Taiwan, they pretty much stay in the hotel of San Gabriel, So that's really really beneficial for both cities if we can truly have that kind of relationship going. And I'm not sure what happened in the past as far as the sister city San Gabriel has, but I think it's all about people, As long as we have people who have a passion to connect the two cities together, I think that's just all there is to it, But unfortunately, time changes and people fade away, And but that doesn't prevent us from keep establishing the relationship just because we have a new people in town, that kind of stuff. So I'm really proud to be part of Hakka Federation of U.S. And we I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with the Hakka Federation of USA or even the group of people we call us Hakka. Okay, and I only have 16 seconds, so pretty much our Hakka. Oh yeah.
You can extend it. We appreciate your patience, so
Okay.
we'll let you finish.
All right. Okay, and you're not beeping, huh?
We won't rush you. I had her turn the time off.
Okay, all right, all right. So we Hakka people, we are a group of, we are the ethnic group and originate from the southeastern China. We have a distinct culture, language, and cuisine. And most people, they know about the Chinese, restaurant, but they didn't know that most of the Chinese restaurant around in San Gabriel Valley or in Los Angeles area, they will carry certain Hakka cuisine, even though they did not spell out explicitly about Hakka, this and that. But we Chinese people, we know those are Hakka cuisines, So we have a deep influence among Chinese community as well. So therefore, we also have a lot of people that we know as part of the Hakka group in Banqiao. So that's why we come up with that kind of a conversation during the visits earlier this year, that we have people there. We discuss among the people from San Gabriel, city of San Gabriel. As a matter of fact, our president, like I say, he's right now traveling in Europe. He has a business, and he also has a house in city of San Gabriel as well. So that's why we start to discuss, why don't we establish the official relationship, so we can communicate or exchange more information or more visits, based on that relationship. So that's why we are in the process requesting, if the council member can approve, then we're going to have some since I don't have chance to present or using my PowerPoint, but basically, Banqiao is part of the New Taipei City. And New Taipei City is the largest city in Taiwan. And the Banqiao district alone, we have close to 550,000 residents in that small area, which is only about 8.9 square miles. And we have a very strong modern infrastructure, and so we can definitely bring a lot of benefit to city of San Gabriel. So if you guys can allow that the relationship to be established, right away, so we can start getting the wheel in motion, so to speak. Thank you.
Thank you much. Appreciate that.
Okay. You have any question for me?
I have no questions. I have no questions. No, doesn't appear to me. Thank you for your comments and presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any comments, deliberations, or anything from council? Discussion? Councilor Menchaca.
No,
Okay.
no, I was just going to say, this all sounds good, and, it's always good making new relationships, and I don't see any problem with this. I mean, in terms of the different options that are recommended by staff, I mean, I personally would be probably most in favor of number 2, not needing a formal policy, but just kind of an ad hoc basis. And yeah, but look forward to seeing where this goes. I mean, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chan. Councilmember Menchaca.
Yes. Okay. Well, I'll just start before I start reciting my issues here. I am in favor of starting a relationship, but I do have some concerns because, you know, tonight we're just talking about one group, but it opens a Pandora box. You know, there'll be others who are going to be interested too. And so for that reason, I would want to have some kind of policy. You know, we've had this sisterhood with these 2 other cities, but we haven't had a meaningful relationship. And I really want, if we're going to move forward, I want that meaningful relationship. It shouldn't just be about, you know, council members traveling here and there. We need a plan, and, you know, what does the relationship, what is it going to look like? Because I want to make sure that if we do enter into a relationship, it's going to evolve and it's going to go beyond us. So if we're not there, that relationship's continuing. And so perhaps it's a case-by-case evaluation, but we should have at least a minimum requirement. The reason I like the Haka Federation is, number one, they are willing to be our partners, and we haven't had that with the other sisterhoods. So Haka has been in our city, which is something else I like. Like Mary Garcia said, you know, she had to travel all over to have these meetings, but Haka is here. It's been in our community for 20 years. If we're going to have any kind of sisterhood or friendship city, it's got to be in partnership with a community group like Haka. They are a trusted, long-term organization. They understand our community, and I think so if we're not here, they will continue on. I wanted to see if it's possible, can we start like a friendship city, then move into sister city? You know, I was looking at it like a marriage, you know, you get engaged and then you get married. But just to kind of just see, you know, what is it going to look like? Because I was looking at page 6 back in 2016. I think the only one around was Mayor Harrington. You know, those questions are still very relevant, and I would like them to be answered, maybe not necessarily tonight, but if we agree that we want to move forward, you know, I think we should take the initiative to at least answer those questions, because then we can start forming what the relationship looks like. We talked about, you know, traveling, would that be reimbursable? There is, in the Redwood agreement, it talks about our discretionary budgets. You know, we all have discretionary budgets, so we could travel, but using our discretionary budget. Do we want a limit of how many organizations we want to get involved with? Because there will be others. I mean, we have neighboring cities that have, you know, friendship cities, sister cities, you know, beyond, you know, beyond 10, 20, you know, it just goes on and on. So I think we just should be mindful that this is the beginning, and it's not just going to be one group. There will be others that are going to be knocking on our door. So I think it's important to establish some type of criteria, because if not, then we dilute the benefit. You know, we have a neighboring city that has so many, they actually have a full-time staff just to handle all the friendship and sisterhood. But there's no real capacity from the council members to really be engaged. So I just want this to be a true relationship. If, you know, if we pick Haka tonight and somebody else comes and we say no for whatever reason, then, you know, is there going to be resentment? I don't want that to happen. And then we have these existing cities that we haven't done anything with, you know. We should have an agreement or some kind of, you know, decision, you know, do we want to terminate those relationships, or do we want to do what Redwood does, and they have something called member emeritus. So if there's no activity, we don't terminate, we just kind of put them aside and we call it a member emeritus. I really, really I had talked to Mark about it. The Redwood agreement really lays it out very well. It's a great starting point. And then we can adjust it maybe for the following meeting, you know, for our priorities. But But to answer Mark's question, yes, I would like to move forward, but I just think there's a lot that we still have to vet. And so for myself, I just think this is the beginning, and then maybe another couple meetings, maybe just one more meeting to kind of go through those questions on page 6, and then to kind of go through the Redwood Agreement, which is very well done, and lead us towards that relationship. But I think Haka is just the perfect partner right now, but I'm thinking about other cities too. If they want to form those partnerships, we need to have a criteria of some sort. But I do like just reinvigorating this whole sisterhood, because it's just been so dormant. And I think the part that's been missing is that we just didn't have community buy-in. That was it. Everything was left to the council, and we were able to get married, and then, of course, that didn't last long. But having a good partner, I think that's the magic here. That's when it really works, when you have those type of partnerships. And so, anyway, so those are my thoughts. Love to hear from, the rest of the council.
Thank you. Councilor Ding.
Yeah, the like a cultural exchange, right? Economic exchange. It's really supported because our city is a historic city, and plus we have already have the hotel. Plus we have one more hotel too. So even before that, I hope our city can become some like especially for our the East Asia, the people coming to our city have the business conference, because we have enough the hotel and the room to support it, and also give it to our city have the tax revenue to general, right? So actually you see the all the like weekend, I'm really busy to attend some event, because they are event in our hosting in our city, and no matter which one hotel, right? So I really want to support, but this have the good relationship with some overseas city. That's very good, the idea, and like something I just want to see. I just saw some like a previous sister city, some is almost 10 years we don't have any active, right? And for our sister city, for the Mexico, it's last one, it's 2014. And for the Taiwan, Changhua, it's 2000, okay? So I like okay, maybe it's not a policy, but some procedure. Okay, doesn't mean it's a policy, some procedure. First of all, some procedure how to apply. Second, it's if really want to build a relationship with the Councilmember Denise said, we want a long term. If we are not on the sea, can continue let both city have a good relationship, friendship relation or sister city relationship. So, is it possible to at least to maybe do some procedure, not really called a policy, because some policy I see, it's a good idea, but sometimes when you do something, maybe you have some, because we're talking about case by case, because every city may be different resource, so different culture. Like Banqiao, it's most Hakka. I know it's actually their original culture from China. If we are talking about it, it's a really older history. Their culture, it's really carry around. No matter dynasty, it's a change. they have a lot of like Chinese root the culture. Yeah. So I glad that they have the association in our city. So yeah. First of all, for me also think about their application to how to, but also the staff can help to discuss how to do the long-term relationship. How long we need to we need to do some exchange every year or every 2 years, whatever. So it's achievement. But if we too close, maybe also think about the financial impact with the city too, right? So, and I know not a Chinese one of the Hakka. It's the rest of the culture. They are also they are one of the culture. They want to build a relationship with the both city, can help each other have the cultural exchange. Even in China, also different part of China, it's a different culture too. They need a change. So it's for especially the overseas, our city, the population is multicultural. So yeah, for this case for the China, but we also open. I saw we have discussed with the Italian and Spain too. So yeah, so I was actually for myself, we have good historical city, right? Birthplace for one of the birthplace for our California. So, and I love to promote our city oversee the city to know that. And right now it's also the global economic. So it's better have the cultural exchange, and plus they have their proposals. It's a pretty good economic opportunity, education opportunity, and tourism. So this is 3 points. It's really also help current our city to develop the direction. Yeah, that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ding. I think this is the 4th time that I've sat through a sister city presentation, and I appreciate the comments from the speaker because it is personal relationship. And as people move on or council members move on, that's why a lot of we have these legacy cities and opportunities. I think a policy with dedicated rules and dedicated staff that will keep it alive beyond any one of us is a good idea. And that has nothing to do with Hakka or any other city. It's the city of San Gabriel, if we're going to commit to that, needs to commit to that. We need to actually say, we've thought this out, we're in it for the long haul, and we will dedicate resources to the cultural exchange, to all of the other things. And I think in the past, I've had comments like, well, you can have too many. I think that's completely true. But you won't have too many if you're dedicated to each one. And so I'm not saying we have a limit of a number, but we need to have such a policy that we understand the importance of it and the undertaking that it's going to be. So each successive one we'd think even harder. We wouldn't give 10. I remember a previous council member that every 2 weeks there was a new sister city or friendship city. And it's like, if I visited here, that's our new friendship city. So we have to be careful about things like that. I don't mean some big, long, bureaucratic thing. I just mean here's if a council member wants to propose a city, here's the first things, a list of things that we need to do. My understanding is Hakka would probably meet all of those. And we have a local presence. We have local people that want to do it. We have council members that want to do it. I imagine any policy we write, this is a city that would probably qualify. But I really agree with Councilor Menchaca that a policy would benefit us and future councils. And I think that was the 4 recommendations, was to either direct staff for a policy, continue without a policy, determine not to enter into any relationships this time, or decide something else. I think for me, the policy makes the most sense. That doesn't stop anything from negotiating right now. Starting up, what would our relationship look like? I think that's a positive step, and staff and council can do that with Haka or any other city. So those are my 2 cents.
So, Mayor?
Yep, Vice Mayor Wu.
Well, thank you. Well, first of all, I really appreciate the staff. They can actually make the good report that allowed us to learn that the history of the sister city that built up the relationship with us. And actually, I think the city of Redwood City, the program, the guidelines is pretty good examples that we can make a policy. And I totally agree with Mayor and also Councilmember Machanga. We actually need something that will be able to support us to make a right decision, because, be honest to everyone here, that this is not the first one that approached me. At least like 5 or 6 people, they expressed their interest of building up a sister city or a friendship city. They're from everywhere. But I would tell them that, well, just submit something to us. We will discuss it. And Haka is the only association that submit a letter to me and say, okay, I really want to, on behalf of the Haka Association and also their sister association in Banqiao, that making a friends with us. So that's why we have discussion today. And I believe that we will need a policy, because it will just drive too crazy and too busy that if we just have like every 2 weeks we have some people that showing the interest. The main difference between the sister city and friendship city, there are 2 things. The first one is the sister city will have a funding source. They need to find a funding source. And second, they need to set out a budget. But for friendship city, that is more like easy. They have nothing about the monies involved to the whole program. They just want to be a friend of us, just come to shake hands. So I was saying, since the Hakas, this association is deeply involved to our community, including our Lunar Chinese New Year event. They have a booth and teaching the young kids to how to practice the calligraphy, the things. I really appreciate that, and they have been here for more than 2 decades. And I believe that they are capable to handle the friendship things between us and Banqiao. And it's pretty amazing that with like a double size of our city, but they have 550,000 population. That's something we can learn from about the inclusionary housing, affordable housing. So, yes, I can learn. But I would suggest that our Haka Federation of USA, that if you have even meanwhile we are trying to set up a good policy, but it doesn't mean that they should stop from doing anything to approach the friends and the government in Banqiao. I mean, if they will be coming to our city, I believe that we are able to greet them and just welcome them. I mean, as elected officials or the city. So I will encourage that my colleague that let's set up something, the guidelines, so we are able to, in the future, if we have more people coming to approach us, it doesn't mean that we have to take everyone. We will just have our own value and our system to make sure that this is a right city that we can make a friend with. Or the friendship cities actually is the first step for the sister city. So if we want to keep in the friendship level, that would be great. If we need to move forward and have a deeper relationship, enhance the ties in between, then we should go with like sister city. And I believe that is called the Sister City International. There's a group that we need to be part of that. So because then that will be creating some financial, or we call the fiscal impact, that $200 per year as a membership. So we should have those programs implemented, but it would take time to set up a policy. So I agree with my colleagues that that's set up policy, but don't stop them from doing any like a friendship handshakes opportunities. If they will be bring friends from Banqiao someday or in next few months, maybe we can just accommodate and see how we can welcome them. How about that?
So sorry, cutting. So
Lost order.
I
Getting late.
yeah.
That's what we're doing.
Thank you. So yeah, I just want to ask him to Councilman, Vice Mayor Wu say that, okay, actually, I also agree to have the policy if we can do it, but I know that policy probably take the processing probably need 3 months, 6 months. 3 months, okay. So is it possible, we can start it, have a relationship, like a friendship relationship, the both city, we can, by the way, have the policy, but can we just start to at least have some conversation with the both city, right? And then if maybe 3 months we have the policy, maybe we can quickly to achieve this kind of relationship, right? So we can simultaneously. So if you want me make a motion, it's make a motion, have the policy, and we start a conversation with the Banqiao, at least do something, yeah.
I would love a motion, but I believe Councilor Menchaca.
I just had I mean, we don't have to have the policy to talk to any cities. I mean,
Yeah.
we have visitors all the time. Yeah, delegations, and so I don't want anyone to think that without a policy, we're not going to greet anyone or shake hands. I mean, those relationships could start now without the policy. But if we want to make it more formal, 'cause my understanding is, when the Hakka Federation takes it back, they want to make sure their federation and the sister friendship city or sister city, whatever you want to call it, they just want to make sure that this is a committed relationship. It's not just, handshaking and, we see you once and then we'll see you 10 years from now. So I don't see we have to make a motion to it. We can start those conversations, but we just need a policy just for everyone, because there will be others. You're going to get probably 10 by tomorrow, And so I don't think we need to have a motion, but Mayor, what do you think?
Well, as far as getting the ball rolling, no, but for a friendship city, I don't believe we would. We have some unofficial ones, I think, right now. But I would say for the policy, we should have a motion just for that, and then all the unofficial stuff, we can go with that. And that nothing is preventing, if there is a delegation or if there is something, we do proclamations and stuff all the time for other cities, and we've done it in the past. And let's say if they want to start something on their side and they want a proclamation, we can say something along the way. We get a certificate and say the city of San Gabriel recognizes Hakka, blah, blah, blah. We come up with some great words, and then they can bring that back, and it makes that side grow stronger. And yeah, we've done that with other cities without any policy. There's nothing preventing that.
So,
Is that a motion?
Go ahead.
no, I'm just asking a procedural question. So for what we just discussed right now, the proper thing to do would be to make a motion to direct staff to come back with a formal policy?
That would be the proper thing to do while your light's on.
I would like to do that.
I would like to second that.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Chan and a second by Councilor Menchaca. Please vote.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. So due to the late hour and our policy, we are not going to hear item 7B tonight. We are going to be moving that to a future council meeting. Our city manager just informed me he has nothing. Are there any council comments?
Yes. Yes.
All right, Councilor Menchaca.
Let me get to that. You're so fast.
Well, it's 11 o'clock, not that fast.
Okay, I did attend a conference last week, so per our policy, I do need to make a report. It'll be brief, I think. I attended the 40th Annual NALEO Conference, that stands for National Association of Latino Elected Officials. About 2,000 attended. It was the highest attendance ever. California had the largest contingency of representatives, followed by Texas and New York. Special guests included New York Governor, New York Mayor, and 3 Latino cabinet members from the Biden administration. Another highlight, at least for most of us, or the women in particular, I guess, were MSNBC correspondent Steve Kornacki provided his predictions and analysis of the upcoming 2024 election. Some of the key takeaways, because there were so many sessions that I attended. The first one was affordable housing is the #1 issue impacting Latinos. Students, seniors, families need a safe place to live and study. As policy makers, we need to take accountability for building affordable housing. We need to also make space for all demographics. The second one that I wanted to highlight was, it's called Leadership, Compassion, Fatigue, and Self-Care. The mantra was, there's no health without mental health, and that's how we began the session. We need, as elected officials, to invest in ourselves, to be the best public servants to our community. Women and people of color have greater challenges when serving, and we've had quite a candid discussion about that. And they also provided some self-care tools for us electeds. And let's see, I also wanted to mention National Night Out, August 1st, one last push. I hope everyone comes out. It's going to be here at the Mission District. I wanted to highlight that, I don't think, is she here? Clara and her team are going to start putting on our website and our social media recaps of our council meetings. So I wanted to thank them for that. I gave them an example of Santa Clarita, and I think it would be really helpful. We got YouTube, we have the agenda, but I think if we had some kind of recap, hopefully that will draw more people to be more engaged in our meetings. And then lastly, I did say I was going to bring something regarding the homeless shelter program, and so if can get to more people interested, I would like to have something, some kind of strategy. So if we do have individuals who want to get services, because not everyone wants to get services, you know, what can we do? Can we set some monies aside from the sale of those units? Just some kind of discussion. I don't want it by August 15th, because I think we're just going to be very busy, but I would like to bring that in the future, maybe September, October. And that was it.
Vice Mayor Wu.
Okay, I have 4 more minutes, right? No, actually, it's 1.
We have 4 more minutes.
Okay, well, I just have a couple of things to report. Well, on July 2nd, Councilmember Ding and I attended the annual flag rising in celebration of July 4th, hosted by the Chinese Consolidated Benevolent Association in Chinatown. So it was a really great event. And second is, I attended a mariachi and movies at Vincent Lugo Park last Thursday. It was a really great turnout. I would like to say thanks to our community service, and they have done a great job on coordination, and also our PD patrol to keep the whole event really safe. And it was a great turnout. Many kids that were there having a great time. The third one, I attended the North America Buddha's Light International Association Convention grand opening in Pomona last Saturday. That there were like more than 700 people from our local community, from New York, Chicago, San Francisco, Vancouver, and even Thailand and Taiwan. But we missed that fact of the Buddha's Light International Association. They initially planned to host their convention in our city of St. Gabriel. But you know, they even want to use the Mission Playhouse for their room. But unfortunately, that because the ballroom in the hotel is not able to accommodate their needs, so they have chosen to move to Pomona. But I hope next time we can just maybe just promote. I actually promote our city when I was presenting the certificate, that I really want them to come back to our city and for their next convention. So that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Wu. Councilor Chan.
City Manager Mark Lazaretto, next time, pull them from Pomona. Pull them here. Have them follow you. All right, quick couple of things. I attended a great San Gabriel Independence Day Kids Parade and community event. It was a great event. A lot of people showed up. Thanks to the staff for putting it on, and everyone who they came out to celebrate with us. Also earlier today, I attended a San Gabriel Chamber of Commerce Tasty Tuesday monthly networking lunch event at our own Clearman's Galley, the boat. So try to come out for next time. That's all I have. I yield my time. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Ding.
Okay, yeah, it's for our fall organization, June 24th, Thanks USA pre-celebration for the 4th of July. The organization is the San Gabriel Hope Line Club, IPAC, Quarter A, and the Hope Center. So I really appreciate our mayor, vice mayor, and the council member, Denise. We four of us have a chance to this kind of celebration, and thanks our all the four organizations, but plus our police and the fire and the community service, and the public service. The staff did a good job attending the field like it's a really safety, the event, and a meaningful event too. We honor the veteran, and we also honor back to the January, it's Brenda Tai. It's one of the community hero. So yeah, so just use this opportunity to thanks. Hopefully next year these four organizations still continue to have this kind of great event. And yeah, I like our city, like kids pray for the 4th of July. So it's really give to community. It's a good, special for kids celebration too. And then these last 2 weeks, it's I'm busy for the weekend for the people coming to our restaurant or hotel. A lot of event like and plus have the Mission Playhouse have a lot of event too. They have the good performance too. So just use this opportunity. Thanks community service to continue to do that. And they only complain it's too expensive for the rent. Okay, okay. But they still love our place because of historical, and plus we have like it's 1,300 seats, right? So we can sit in, yeah. So yeah, that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ding. With that, I have no comments tonight. No closed session, so without objection, we'll adjourn. The regular meeting of August 1st has been canceled due to National Night Out. The next regular City Council meeting will be held Tuesday, August 15th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. Meeting adjourned at 11:03.